Move. Hi, everybody. I'm back. Sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry about that. I just had to get my lunch in order. Hi, hi, hi. Hello, everybody. No, Molly, go down. Hello, Heat My Shorts. I hope all is well. Yes, it is. Adrian, hello. Hey, Maja. Hi, Adrian. Adrian says, hey, Steve. Heat My Shorts says, everything is good. Give me a thumbs up. Share me out. This is going to be a deep topic today. And I'm just eating my lunch. And I'll greet you guys as I'm eating my lunch. And then do an introduction of what it's going to entail. And then I'll get started. Hello, Dodgers. Hi. Hi, everybody. Share me out. I'm just eating my lunch. I'm eating a potato salad and a salmon sandwich with mayonnaise and onions. So I tried to get this done. I just got in, so I tried to get this done before and try to eat before, but you know how it is, right? Hi, everybody. Come on in. 6 people in the building. 3 people didn't give me a thumbs up. Let's go. Give me a thumbs up, please. Thank you. Come on in. It's going to be a good topic today. Hey, Brian, I'm fine. How are you doing, sir? I'm doing a very deep topic today that I think would help many. Hello, sir. Brian is in the building. Good to see you, sir. I am well. For anybody that wasn't here yesterday, I gave everybody a heads up that I was going to talk about grief and pain and what does it feel like? What does it look like for Maja with all the... I'm going to discuss my journey and how I coped and how I didn't cope and where I'm at today. Hello, Chris. Father like son's in the building. Oh, Adrian, I'm so sorry, sweetie. I get you, darling. I really do, Adrian. You know what? You can reach out to me on Facebook. Seriously. I am a very good listener. Trust you me. Maybe today some of the stuff I'll say can help you. Now, the grief doesn't actually go away. We know that, right? But I'll talk about the journey and the process of where I was in each step and each thing I had to endure through my life. So I hope this helps you, Adrian. I'm sorry that you're going through that, sweetie, and condolence to anybody that lost a loved one and is still hurting really hard. I think this topic would be very, very good. My head was spinning last night. I took some notes, but I couldn't. It was like my tuition was saying, no, Maja, just talk off the top of your head. So I will be all over the map sometimes. Father like son says, Steve, Adrian. Hello, James. Hey, ma'am. Been a while. Been busy on getting this job, and I got it. Awesome. Congratulations, James Brown. I'm so happy for you. Dodger says, hey, James, no move. Get down. Adrian says, thank you, Chris. Heat My Shorts says, Father like son. I'm sorry that I missed your live stream last night. I planted 24 peppers. Woo, that's awesome. Creepy Arts in the building. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Come on in. I'm just having a quick lunch. But I thought it would be very important to talk about grief and pain and loss. What does it look like and what does it feel like? And I'm going to talk to you guys about the journey that I've had to endure in my life and what I didn't do and what I did do and how I coped and how I'm coping today. House to you, Adrian. Yes. Congratulations, James. I love hearing good news. Yep. I got a little dog here whining beside me because I'm eating. I'm just having some potato salad. Good to see you, PPR. Hi, Adrian, ma'am. Hello, Heat. Keep my shorts, and I'm at 197 subscribers. Way to go, James. Is there anybody not connected to James, guys? Please connect. We can drop his link. Let's help out James. He's at 197. Can we do that? And I think it's called Decipher. I hope I'm not wrong. I hope she shows up today. I actually went into her first live and I missed a lot of it, so I have to rewatch. But I really enjoyed her and the conversation. It was wonderful, and she greeted me, and it was so nice. Yep. Thank you to the new 4 subscribers in the last 2 days. Thank you. I appreciate all you guys. I will connect with everyone else here. Yeah. Who do you need, James? We can drop links. There's James's, guys. Go connect with him, and then once you connect, then I guess he'll click on yours and connect that way. Let's go. I got 8 in the building. We'll wait till we get a few more people. I normally go live at 1, but I thought starting earlier might be easier for a lot of people to come in. So I'm just eating my lunch. Hello, everybody. My day was good, Dodgers. I'm very busy. I just got in, eating lunch. I'm kind of dressed. It's cold today. I was outside earlier. So I'm just wearing track pants and my shirt today. And, of course, my cross, because I'm going to be talking about a lot of stuff today. So I should be able to keep it together. But, yeah, I think it would be very good for you guys to hear about my journey, and I hope it can help somebody. If it's helped one person today in the chat when I'm done, then I'm grateful. When I start talking, if you have any questions for me during the process, ask me. Don't worry, just ask me. I'll watch the chat, and I'll answer your questions as we go, but feel free to ask me questions about the topic, about whatever, my journey. Just right? And, because if it's something bugging you, ask me about it, and I can try to educate you and help you, right? So, yeah, I'm open to questions while I'm having this chat. I'd like to really hear a lot from the men as well. Yeah. She's right beside me, Steve, but I'm going to put her back down because I'm eating. Here's my Ewok. Say hi, everybody in YouTube land. My mama's got food and I want some, but you're not having any because it's mayonnaise. Okay, Mommy's going to do a live and you need to be quiet. Okay, down you go. Mama loves you. That's a good girl. Hello, Kyle. Good to see you, Kyle. True, hello, True. How are you? I seen True last night in Honeybees, which is now Flower Girl. I've seen Larry Blaze. I've seen Vic. I've seen Savage Dave. I've seen, oh my God, who am I missing? Cheesehead. Seen a lot of you guys last night. Like I was saying, I was going to take a lot of notes, and I decided not to because I don't know what it was. I just couldn't seem to write. And I thought, you know what, Maja? Talk off the top of your head. Talk about the journey. I might be all over the map because things are going to start popping into my head, right? So, welcome in, True. Great to see you. Adrian says, ah. Thank you, Adrian. Hugs to you, sweetheart. Hugs to you. I love your Ewoks. Yeah, the one always looks. Somebody said she looks like an Ewok, so I just go look at my Ewok. Her name's actually Molly, and she's a Shih Tzu. So cute. Thank you, Steve. Yes, we love our dogs. Dodger says, "Ah." Eat My Short says, "Hey, True Talk." True says, "Hi everyone. I'm driving, but bless everybody." Oh, thank you, True, for tuning in. Drive safe, okay? Drive safe. Don't type anything, please, while you're driving. Cool. Our university in Kamloops is called True Thompson Rivers University. Cool. That's awesome. Tomorrow's not promised. That's right, Kyle. Isn't that right? He much sure says Molly Walk. Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow's not promised, guys. So we got to try to shine and be the best that we can be and get over these humps and bumps and these lemons that are thrown at us, right? And what's it look like, right? I'm going to wait for a few more people. I still only have 8 people in here. I'd like to get 10 to 12 to 14 maybe when I get started so everybody can be involved. There are some people that don't want to miss this, so I'm just hoping they have time and they can show up. So I'll wait a bit. So, yeah. There's different kinds of losses too, isn't there, folks, right? Well, one of the hardest lessons in life is letting go, whether it's anger, love, loss, or betrayal. Change is never easy. We fight to hold on and we fight to let go. Time takes time. I will not be just another person. I will be strong and compassionate and impossible to forget. So, yeah, that's just, there's different kinds of scenarios people go through, right? Hey, you're in LOL. Come on in, folks. Still got 8 in the building. Let's go. I am starting a bit early. Everybody's used to me being live at 1 or 1:30, but I decided to start a bit early. Hopefully some people can come in that because it is a bit earlier. Different time zones all around the world, right? So, yeah. I'm gonna leave walk on a piece of toast. How are you guys all today? LOL, Steve. Ain't never, won't, never went there. I dropped out in grade 0 tomorrow. Adrian, LOL. Just kidding. Yeah, I actually did terrible in school until grade 11 when I started applying myself. Then I graduated with honors. How was your foot doing, Chris from Kyle? Yeah, applying yourself. That's pretty well what we're doing when we're grieving, aren't we? We're applying ourselves, but you don't realize it at the time. That's where our mind goes, right? Feeling a little off today. My fatigue is kind of coming and going. It just loves me, likes to hang on. My day's been good. I had really good sleep last couple of days. Okay, Dodgers, cool. Nitro Freaks in the house. Hi, buddy. How are you doing? How are you, sir? As you guys can see from the heading, we're going to talk about loss and grief and pain. And what does it look like? What does it feel like? What was everybody's journey? How did you cope? We're going to talk about what I did and what I didn't do on my different journeys. I'm going to be very matter of fact because that's just the way I am. It's hard for me to keep things simple. I'm just going to say it like it is. I'll probably be all over the map. That's okay. If you guys have any questions, feel free to chime in and ask me, man, right? So, nine in the building. We'll wait a couple more minutes. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I am well, yes. Nitro, I'm going to go back and watch what I missed yesterday, buddy, all right? I'm really glad you're doing good, Dodgers, and you're passing your test. I'm very proud of you. Hard work pays off, man. Dodgers says, hey, Nitro. Good morning, Frank. How you doing, buddy? Doing good. Trying to get back in the rhythm of YouTube after my vacation. Yeah. That's how I was, Nitro. I took like 5 days off. I think it was Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something. Friday, Saturday, I didn't even have my computer or my laptop, my phone on, nothing. I just checked it once. And that was it. And I turned it off and I didn't want to discuss YouTube with anybody. Anybody that contacted me, I said, I'm not discussing YouTube. I don't care about who, what, why, when, where. Don't even mention that. Let's talk about anything but that. But yeah. Shut her off and shut her down, right? Well, get too absorbed in stuff and, you know. The salad's freaking cold. Holy moly. Next is up, Dodgers. Hi, Yankee. Thumbs up for the host. Yes, please and thank you. Adrian saying, hey, Nitro. Welcome to the 8 kings and queens in the castle. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Have a seat. Grab a coffee or a Pepsi or whatever it is you like. Like I said, when I get started, feel free to chime in. I'll try to watch the chat closely and ask me anything you want about this topic, okay? Because, you know, if you hear it from somebody else how they did or are doing, it can be very, very helpful, right? I have 2 more weeks until I am off on my vacation. Holy shit, and vacations, Dodgers. Wow. Already you're getting a vacation? Didn't you just have like 3 weeks off? Maybe that was in March. I don't know. Adrian says, hey, Dodgers. Hey, Adrian. Hi, Go Chester the Gamer. How are you? Good to see you. Hello, David. Welcome in. Welcome, everybody. Hello, everyone in chat. Hey, David. And like I said, guys, if there's someone in here you're not connected to, please let me know. We're going to drop the links, okay? We want everybody connected with each other. So if you see somebody in the chat and goes, hey, I don't think I'm connected to that person, we can definitely drop the link and get you connected. David says, hey, Adrian. Oh, cool. I can't this video from my laptop on my TV. Never done that with a live stream before. Cool. David says, hey, Adrian says, hey, Chester. Dodger says, it was spring break was 1 week from, oh, yes, that's right, Easter. Yes, I remember. Hello, Harry. How are you? I seen you as well last night. Salute. Thank you. Hello, Harry. Yes, I was out and about last night. I seen so many people last night. I was very tired, so I didn't do any like a lot of chatting or anything. I just, hey, how you doing? Hi. But yeah, I seen so many people last night. Um, yeah, there was so many streams on last night. Holy. Hmm. But I got to a lot of them. Salute to you as well, Harry. Share me out, guys. Let's get a gang in here. All right. Good. I'm getting up to 14 people, so I am going to get started. Feel free to ask me anything you want. I did write a few dates down because, there's just been so many incidents that I had to write a few dates down and stuff. But first of all, we're going to go back to 1982 for Maja. And in 1982, I was like 8 or 9 weeks pregnant. And I had to take a trip to the hospital, and baby didn't live. And it was my first time being pregnant and whatnot. And when they told me, I was like, what? Like, I couldn't grasp at first what they were saying to me, that I lost the baby, and and they don't know why. So I went home, and of course you reminisce what, who, where, when, why, what would the sex been, what would it ever look like. I went through that scenario for months and months, and just feeling the grief and the loss and not understanding it. Like, why me? Why does this have to happen to me, right? And tears, of course, lots of tears, and feeling overwhelmed and grief, like sadness, heaviness in my heart. But I kept saying why. I kept asking why me? And eventually, in time, I got off of the why me, and I mean, the pain was still there, but because you don't forget, right? You just don't. Our memory is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Um, but I stopped asking why, and I just tried each day to say, just let it go, let it go, let it go. But the thing is, that stuff, everything comes in time. It's not a 1 day, a 1 hour thing, a 1 month thing, a 6 month thing. And back then I didn't understand about the thought process as I do now, because I'm older, right? I have more knowledge now. And I learned to stop asking why, and starting to feel like I could live again, and that things could get positive, and I wasn't going to be feeling depressed and down and angry and all that stuff that goes with the loss of a child, because it's always why, that big question, WHY, right? WHY, why? So I went through a lot of pain and hurt and grief with that, not understanding the whole situation and all that stuff. But yeah, they say, hey, you lost it, and there's no compassion. There is now, but there was no compassion at the hospital back then. They just, see ya. Here's what happened. So you feel alone, you know? Hey, Chester, how you doing? Hey, David. Hey, Hannah. Hello, Mr. Bean. Thank you. Hey, Hannah. Hey, George. Hey, Mr. Bean. Hello. I'll try to keep a chat all night in the chat, guys. So I went through that scenario. I sort of got over that a little bit. Getting over it, I don't mean I passed and I forgot about it. I mean, getting over it, I got out of the rut, because I felt like I was being held back, like there was a rut because of the thought process, right? So, yeah, that was one scenario that I had to face, right? My next scenario was 1985. My mother got ill. Back then, they didn't like go, hey, we're going to give you an ultrasound, or we're going to do this, or we're going to give you x-rays or whatever. They just popped you a pill and said, oh, okay, go home. It's your back. It's sore, right? So, my mother ended up eventually seeing a specialist, and they told her she had cancer. And this is when she was 47 years old. And they operated on my mom. It was a 9.5 hour operation. And she died once on the table. And so she got through the operation. She was covered. My mother was covered in cancer. And, but when my mom got home and she was recuperating and stuff, and of course absorbing what's just took place, she said her dad visited her while she was on the table. And he said her name and he said, "No, Kathy, it's not your time to go. Go back." And she said she was trying to go towards her dad because you could see her dad, right? And he said, "Nope, not your time to go yet." So she woke up on the table. They finished the operation. And she also said that while she was out, she seen a pen in the pocket of one of the doctors that was standing there, and he dropped it and went under her bed. And she was able to tell the doctor that, and he was like, "Yeah, that happened." He was kind of shocked. He didn't know how to take it because not everybody can understand that. So, anyways, mom got home, and she was doing okay for a while. Lost a lot of weight. My mother wasn't big to begin with. But she lost a lot of weight. And I remember going to visit her at the house, and she's got the ironing board out and she's ironing clothes. Here's this woman not well, and she's ironing clothes because my mom liked to iron the clothes and have them look nice when they're on you and that kind of thing. I need to come back to this in a bit. I hope that, no, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. He carry on. Hey, Mr. Bean. Hello, Queen Mom. Hey, Maj, I'll be listening. Thank you. Mr. Bean says, "Hey, Queen. Hey, Queen." Hello. So, anyways, mom carried on with her life. Here she is, not well after the operation. And I'll just skip a little bit. My mother had a lot of perseverance and toughness in her, let me tell you. So then she had to go back in the hospital because, of course, the cancer went right through her body. It was everywhere. So we all headed to the hospital and pretty well lived at the hospital for 2-3 weeks, I think it was. All of us just in and out of a room, visiting her, talking to her. They had to keep flipping her because, they can get sores and stuff when they're on their side all the time. And, we'd take a little sponge that was moist and moisten her lips and stuff. And the nurses were so good to us. They got to know all of our names individually, my dad and my siblings. Even offered us snacks at night because we basically lived in the sitting room. There was couches, and that's where we stayed, on those couches. It was really hard to see my mom laying in a bed knowing she was going to pass away at such a young age. She was 48. July 3rd, she had turned 48. And seeing her just go down to almost skin and bones was just horrendous. To see such a beautiful, loving, kind human being laying in a bed, powerless, and dwindling away to nothing because of cancer. And there's nothing we can do. And I remember feeling so damn angry. And too young, right? Too young. So people are coming and going and coming and going. Now, my one aunt, I hadn't come to visit yet. My mom was really close to her, her sister, one of the oldest ones. She was very close to her. And everybody had come to see her, but this one aunt. And she finally was able to come. And it was like it was a calling for my mom. It's like my mom was waiting for her to show up to finally, pass on. But I will say this. We still to this day don't know who called these people, but some kind of women came in from a church and came in and did blessings and nice songs and stuff for my mom. And my mom's youngest brother was in the room. I was sitting in the sitting room. He came in with tears in his eyes. He goes, "You're never going to believe this." And I go, "What?" He goes, "Your mother's in there in the bed trying to sing. Here she is in a coma. She's trying to sing to Amazing Grace and all these songs." I just couldn't believe it. So the power of the force was there. You know what I'm saying? So she knew we were all there. Also, my dad wouldn't rest. We used to say, "Dad, you need to go home. You need to go have a shower. Come back. We're all taking turns, blah, blah, blah." He didn't want to leave her, right? So finally, the one day he did go home and took a shower, he came back. And the nurse said to my dad, we can set up a cot or something in your wife's room if you want to be in the room with her. And for some reason, he said, no, I don't want that. I don't know if it was fear based. I don't know. Hello, Ryder. Hello. Anyway, so they said, okay, we'll place the cot in the hallway. You can just be outside in the hallway. So, anyways, this particular night, my aunt had visited. Everybody had visited. She knew who was coming and going because I believe they can still hear and they know what's going on. So we knew I was getting very, very close to Mom passing. And I left the hospital. I got home. It was about 11:25 at night. And I think it was 5 to midnight or 5 after midnight. My sister called and said, Mom just passed. And my brother was at my house, staying at my place. And I had to tell him, and he was trying to pretend he was asleep. He couldn't deal with it. He was so close to my mom. And he just couldn't deal with it. It was just awful to see. I felt like the strong one, and then just watching everybody else hurt, plus my dad. But anyways, my dad had finally that night, fell asleep in that cot, which he could never do. So that was a sign from my mom. Everybody was at rest. I went home. I was settling for the night. Everybody, whoever could stay in the sitting room, was on the couches sleeping. My sister Cheryl was dreaming about angels that night, that moments when my mom was dying. Dad was in a hardcore sleep, which he never did. And then Mom decided, okay, it's time for me to go. And she did. She left. It was either 5 to 12 or 5 after 12, July 23rd, 1987, the age 48. And I remember feeling really freaking bitter and angry. But I can tell you this, I also felt relief, a lot of relief, and tightness come out of my chest because Mom was suffering. She was in a coma. There was no bringing her back. She was riddled in cancer. And who wants to see their loved ones laying in a bed like that suffering? So when Mom did pass, I felt relief. I just felt like this weight come off me. Okay, Mom's at peace now. Now she can go be with her dad. He's going to be at the gates to visit her and greet her and be there, right? So that was tough to go through. What I found was hard for me is watching everybody else grieve, all their different scenarios. And I hurt for them. And I wasn't necessarily worried about myself too much. It was seeing them hurt. My dad became severely depressed after. So I got a phone call from my sister one time. She said, Dad's really bitter and he doesn't want to go on with life and he wants to give up. So I jumped in the car. I'm 2.5 hours away. I jumped in the car. I didn't like what I was hearing, what he was saying, right? Hi, John Paul. Welcome in. Welcome to everybody. So I remember coming into the city and pulling into my dad's driveway. And you could just see the wrinkles in his face. He had aged because of the scenario. And he was, I think he aged about 10 years, seeing the sadness and the grief and the heaviness in his heart. So I basically walked in, and I never was one to ever speak up to my dad. We're all raised polite, respectful. You mind your P's and Q's. But this scenario made me very, very angry. And I thought, how effing selfish, So I walked in and I go, hey, how you doing? And he, of course he says, all right, phony men don't like to talk about their feelings. And I said, Dad, I know you're depressed. I know you're down. And, my sister had let me know, you're feeling alone and lost and grief and hurt and anger and resentment. And I said, you know what? You don't have a right to want to exit this earth. You don't have the right. I ain't giving you the right. You've got siblings here that are grieving too as well, Dad, right? You got siblings here that are also hurting and lost their mom. It ain't just about you. Yeah, you lost your wife, but I lost my mom. And I just let him have it. I was pissed off at him and let him have it. And I don't know how or what it was I said or what he was hearing, but it made him think, right? I made him think that, hey, yeah, I do have kids and, they don't want to see me not be around. And so whatever it was I said somehow helped him snap out a little bit of this severe loss and grief and depression that he was in. And I used my anger towards him to help alleviate some of his pain and hopefully help him snap out of it. And he did. He still was grieving. He still was hurting. He tried to date somebody for a long time. We didn't care for her. She was a whack job. Nothing like my mother, let me tell you. But he tried that. Of course, why not? He's lonely. Like we never expected my father to stay alone. Mom wouldn't have wanted that. She wanted dad to find somebody to embrace him and, share his life and his experience, strengths, and hopes with her and bond with her. All that stuff that goes on in a relationship. So it didn't bother us when dad was dating at all. It's like, hey, life goes on. Mom doesn't want to see you alone and sad and everything. So that I found harder to deal with than my mom actually dying. Because again, when you're seeing your mother dwindling down to 60, 70 pounds, lying in a bed, dying of cancer, and then they had to keep cleaning her mouth and, the tubes that were attached and laying under the bed and sitting in the jar. I remember all that. It's quite a thing to see if you've never had to go through that before. But the higher power works and forces. And when she died, I just felt really at peace. Man, I was still hurting. Trust me, it's not about not hurting her or missing her. I felt a lot of relief come off of me and the heaviness, because we had went to this hospital for like 2 or 3 weeks and she was laying in a bed and they couldn't give us a time limit until it got closer and closer. And the nurses were very informative and very, very supportive. And they said to us, one little thing we will tell you is when the person is very, very close to their death, their ears will start to curl in a little bit. And I thought, wow, I never knew that. And we did see that happen. We did see it happen. I don't know the understanding of the scenario behind it, but these nurses are trauma nurses and they see all kinds of stuff. So they were so kind. So that was really hard. And then I got home, and of course, after the funeral, and you got to say your goodbyes, and they make you leave the cemetery, and you get home, everything starts to sink in. And hello, Gemma. Hello, everybody. The reality starts to sink in. My mom is gone now. I no longer have my mom. I can't call her. And that starts to sink in more and more each day as it passes. The special occasions like Mother's Day and her birthday and the kids' birthdays or the grandkids' birthdays or whoever's birthday, it all connects to the person that just died. And I found that hard, you can't make that phone call. But anyways, so you get through that. And what happens is in time, and you don't realize it at the time, of course, because, you're grieving and shit. But as time passes and you get a handle and an understanding of, what just happened, and you don't know why sometimes, but the scenario of the situation, it's like you can't control it. So the powerlessness is where the anger comes in, because you can't control situations, people, places, or things. And that came to the forefront to me very, very quickly. I was gaining all this knowledge without actually reading about it. It was just coming to me. So you have to accept what's happening. It doesn't matter how hard it's tugging and pulling on your heart, right? You have to accept it, because if you don't, you're going to stay stuck. And I was stuck, because we get to stuck in the anger, the anguish. And then I truly believe that any kind of grief, some are more traumatic than others, can and does bring on depression. And the depression is coming from, most of the time, it's the thought process. Hello, Pizza Demon. Welcome. Feel free to ask me questions, guys. So the thought process is shoulda, coulda, woulda. Why this? Why that? Why'd this happen? And then you get stuck on why, and you analyze it. Sometimes it's dangerous to sit and analyze because it'll drive you effing nuts. Don't we know that, right? Hello, Gemma. Welcome in. Hello, Pizza Demon. Welcome in, everybody. So that was a tough one, losing my mom, and it's such a freaking young age. And then 9 years later, my mom lost her twin. My mother was a twin. My mother's twin sister died of cancer, and it was just almost frightening to go to my aunt's funeral. I looked just like my mom laying in the coffin. So again, all the emotions all over again started to resurface. And my mother was a twin. My mother's mother was a twin. My mother's twin died at birth, but she lived. My mother's mother had 3 sets. Her mother had 3 sets. My mother's side is loaded in twins. Also my father's side. So seeing my aunt in the coffin was like, oh my God, just like seeing my mom all over again. And of course, the emotions, because you know what it is? It's triggers. The triggers. Oh, let's talk about triggers. Um, so I got through them, and you ponder and you reminisce and you start flipping the photo albums, looking at pictures from way back. Memories are floating back. Oh, wow, there's mom and me and my sisters and siblings and my brother in the kitchen doing dishes, and we're having fun and flipping the towel at each other, and you know, those pictures of that. So those scenarios come back, those triggers, those memories come back in your mind of the moments that you had with your siblings and your mom, right? So that was really, really hard. Every year on Mother's Day, I write her a poem. I always put something on Facebook for her. I never forget her. It's a wonderful thing about the memory when you still have it. So that was a scenario that I found tough. I found I had to uplift and keep everybody else up and my emotions most of the time at bay on how I was feeling, because I was trying to comfort everybody else and listen to them, and especially my father, and just be there for everybody else. I was the rock for everybody else, right? But when I went home, the rock came down. I turned into a little pebble, and I started having my own memories and thinking about my own stuff and how am I adjusting to this and how am I feeling about this and how am I accepting this. So I went into my own little bubble when I was home and I was alone or with my spouse that I had at the time, and talk and reminisce and all that stuff. And it's great to have people to reach out to talk to when you are grieving or hurting, because sometimes you can't talk to your siblings or your parent because they don't understand, or they're grieving themselves. That was the issue with me. They're grieving. I don't want them to hear what I'm going through, right? I don't want them to hear how I'm really feeling. I just want to be there for them. I'm a really nurturing person and always tend to put myself last. You know, that's always been a given with me when it comes to people's feelings. So I had to get through that. And that was a freaking doozy, losing mom. And I can still see her laying on the hospital bed, just dwindling down to 60 pounds. The beautiful woman my mother was. She took such good care of herself, and watch what cancer can do to a body. It's just awful. You know, there's no explanation date on grief. That's right. And there isn't. Dementia is so abusive to the patient and the caregiver. It sure is. Harry says, Lindy, me for the president. Yeah, I heard. Adrian Carpenter, yes, I'm struggling to accept and understand about my Nana. I visited her today in the care home. It's funny because my father ended up passing away before his mother, my grandmother, who I was very close to. And grandma was in a senior's home. And every time, you know, I went to see her, she'd go, "Where's dad?" And the nurses said, just play along with her, right? She's got dementia, you know, she's got Alzheimer's, whatever. If she could remember the present, but she couldn't remember the past. So I just go in there and say, "Oh, Granny, you know, Dad's over there. He's at home cleaning his vehicle," because my father always kept his vehicles tip top, always. So we just do that scenario with Granny. She got used to it, and then it got worse and worse. And then one day the nurse forgot to put her bed rail up, and she fell out of bed and broke her hip. The woman's in her frickin' late 90s. She probably would have lived to 120, I kid you not, because all her siblings and everybody else did. But yeah, so Granny I was very close to. So, you know, when Granny passed away, you know, she had Alzheimer's and stuff, and she was forgetting. And, you know, you just had to play along and play the little game with her. And the nurses helped us along on how to deal with things. David says, "Hey, Chris. Hey, everyone. Hearts and prayers. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, David. Hey, Pizza. Hey, Gemma. CB Shenanigans. Hello. Just want to stop in and say hi real quick. Hope everyone is having a great day, and I bless you all. Thank you so much, Shenanigans. Hey, like father, like son. Skinner says, good afternoon. Dodger says, hey, CB, long time no see. And I'm going to go for a smoke, guys. I'm going to put my coat on, keep talking. Things are coming to me as I talk. I didn't want to do notes because I found that notes just threw me off. I just want to talk basically on how the scenarios went and you know, how I dealt with it. And like I said, I've always been the one that's taking care of everybody, worrying about how they're feeling and, you know, all that stuff, right? Let me just see if I'm charged enough. Yes, I am. Okay, okay guys, I want to take you with mom's hard, especially like, you know what? If my mom was in her 90s, hey, that's cool, right? Mom wasn't in her 90s. Turned 48 July 3rd. and she died July 26th. And also, let me get seated, guys. Sorry. Oh, it's much warmer out here now. Also, so we buried my mom, got through the funeral. There's a dog out here. Bear with me. No, go. So, okay, let's take this off. It seems like it's warmer now out. I don't freaking need. No, get away, dog. So, oh gosh, where's my smokes? And my coat, probably. Hold on. No, go lay down. So I'm going to turn the camera, guys, as I talk, because I'm trying to get used to not smoking on camera, because that's going to be a rule anyways eventually. So I'm going to turn my laptop a little bit. I'm going to talk and tell you what happened after my mom died. So I'm just going to turn this a little bit. You can see my umbrella just went over because it's a little windy here. So anyways, we got through the scenario of our mom. Of course, you don't really get through it, do you? And also, we were in the midst of gonna be getting married when all this scenario went down with my mom. And that was tough. So mom died on the 26th, and I was married August 1st. So I went down the aisle without my mom there. And it was sad, but it wasn't overwhelming sad, if that makes any sense, because I knew my mom was there. She was just there in a different way. We had the most beautiful wedding. Everything went absolutely perfect. The weather was beautiful. But I was really hurt, and every time I looked over at the table, my dad was sitting there with my niece. She was about 6 at the time. And the pain and the grief. And he wasn't even sure if he was going to walk me down the aisle. And I certainly didn't expect him to. I had a backup plan. My husband at the time's father said, I'll walk you down if your father can't. So get away, dog. Get. So here we are, the day of the wedding. Get. And I'm at home and, winding down, and we're getting ready. The girls and I go lay down. The girls and I are all getting ready and stuff. The guys are over at the then husband's family getting ready. And dad shows up, and his eyes are so red, I thought they were going to come out of his eyeballs. And it was picture time. So I took the photographer aside and I said, listen, we just lost my mom 5 days ago. My dad's a wreck right now. He's an emotional basket case. I don't even think he's here. Like, he's here in body, and that's it. So don't be pushy when it comes to the photos. Don't be this, don't be that. Just, So anyways, we go in the backyard. He takes pictures of my dad and I, and a nice shot of my dad putting the thing on me putting the flower on my dad's thing. His eyes are so red. He's trying to keep it together. He's fighting not to bawl his eyes out. And I'm fighting to keep them together because I'm sad for him, right? I'm fighting. And here it is, my wedding day. And I went to the hairdresser and got my hair done and got, my umbrella just fell over. It's okay. Got my hair done and, all that stuff, my makeup. And, trying to keep my father together before we, head over to the church. So we get in the car. Everybody's already at the church. We get the queue. And here we go. Dad's driving me to the church. And it almost felt like I had my arm on a ghost, just like my dad wasn't even there. It was really, really weird. It's like he wasn't even there. I was holding his arm, and down the aisle we were going, and I said, Dad, we're going to go slow. Don't rush down the aisle. We're going to go slow, okay? We're just going to take things slow. And the music came on, and down the aisle we came. And I was thinking about Mom, and I felt my mom on the other side of me. When I was coming down the aisle, I felt my mom on the other side of me. So anyway, so we get up, we do our vows and all that, and I look over at Dad, and of course he's fighting to keep it together because his wife's not there, my mom's not there. He's sitting beside my niece, and my siblings are all there, and my cousins and everybody at the wedding. And I at some point decided I can't look at Dad right now because if I keep looking at my dad and worrying about him, I'm going to fall apart myself, and I can't. I'm in a wedding dress. I got makeup on, and this is my day to shine, and I know my mom is here. So we got through that, and then the dinner and all that, And we're at the reception, and people are going up and talking to my father and giving him his condolences. And I thought, oh God, he's going to start crying at my wedding. And that's okay if he would have. Trust you me, I wouldn't have an issue with it. But he stayed tough and strong. And you know what? He stayed right to the end. I literally thought he was going to leave early, and I would have been absolutely okay with it. No, he stayed right to the end, sat in that chair with my niece beside him, and my mom not there, keeping his shit together for my date. So yeah. So you go way up. You get this inner strength in you that you don't realize that you have, and yeah. So that was freaking tough. That was tough. Seeing him hurting, I wasn't worried about me. I really wasn't worried about me because again, I told you earlier, I was okay with my mom dying. Man, she was suffering. I don't want her to lay in the bed in a freaking coma for the next 6 months. So that was my higher power and my ancestors working, with me to have an understanding and take the heaviness off my heart, right? But I was still worrying about everybody else's demeanor, everybody else's pain and grief and anguish, you know, constantly worrying, trying to keep everybody's head above water, saying and not worrying too much about myself. So we got through that. That was a tough thing to go through. It's they're gone. Most people are now alone by themselves in their thoughts. And people say, okay, like I always say to people, go check in on people after the fact, right? Go check in on people, give them a phone call. Get out of here, dog. And show up, bring them some food, and just be there to listen to them. Just be there to listen to them and comfort them and stuff. Because we don't always want answers or an opinion. We just need an ear. We just need our feelings validated. You know. So that was painful to see my dad and my siblings in pain, and my youngest sister Terry. We were all close to my mom, but Terry and my mom had quite the bond. Let me tell you. It's not mom didn't have a bond with any of us, but there's always that one sibling that you worry more about. They're fragile. Well, that was my little sister Terry, right? Well, not little. She was in her late 20s at the time, but so um, she took it really hard. She went into a deep depression. She was the martyr, right? She was the one that made you think everything's okay, always smiling and laughing and telling jokes. Meanwhile, she's dying inside. She's dying, but she wouldn't talk about it, right? She lived in a different city, not far from the city where my dad was, not even like maybe an hour away. And she had her own husband and 2 kids. And it's very hard to see her, struggle. She wouldn't talk about anything though. But again, when you're around, she'd tell the jokes and be the martyr, right? Tell the jokes, make everybody laugh. And meanwhile, like I said, she's dying inside. You know, so that was tough to see. And so then with that scenario, I'm back. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Hello to everybody just coming in. I was having a smoke. I was trying to keep the camera off me. Hello, Tree Lynn. Hello, everybody. My thing's dusty because I'm outside. I'm sorry. Hello, Tree Lynn. The weather is nice today. It's supposed to go up to almost 80. It's really nice. It's warmed up here. It was cold earlier. I was freezing literally with a blanket on me. Wasn't feeling. Hello, Savage Batman. Wasn't feeling up to par. David says, "Hey, Batman." David says, "Savage Batman." Hey, David. Hey, hello to anybody who I missed. So yeah, that scenario was really, really tough. Again, I was the one that tries to keep everybody's together with their sanity and stuff, right? So mom dies in 1987, July 26th, and we're all taking time to try to process it, and we all process things in a different way and in time. Time is of the essence. That's so true. Um, but my sister became really depressed, and because she lived in a different city, my dad was there all the time visiting. She always went to my dad's and visited and stuff all the time. But again, she played the martyr, the joker. Hey, everything's cool. Meanwhile, it's not. She's dying inside. She's depressed. Her husband wasn't the greatest. He was an asshole, in my opinion. So there was a lot of things on her plate. She never talked about it. And you didn't talk about shit like that back in the 80s and 90s, did you? Everything was a secret. You kept everything in, man. You know? So Um, so anyway, so I get through the wedding, mom's death 5 days before, 2 months after I got married. Oh no, we're gonna go to 1986. Um, when my mom was very ill, I got pregnant with twins, and we were in the process of planning a wedding. So the spouse and I decided, okay, we're having twins. Let's just have the babies first, and then we're gonna get married. Like I'm kind of jumping all over the place, guys, but that's okay. It'll all fall into place. So, anyways, 2 months after I got married, I got pregnant in October. Um, but before that, um, the year before my mom died, I got pregnant with twins. So we postponed the wedding, said we're going to have the twins, and then we were going to have the twins and get married and have the twins at the wedding. Um, and I was very sick when I had the twins. I was sick. God, I was sick. There was no morning sickness for me. It was morning, night, and noon, and that should have been a red flag to the doctors. But again, back in 1986, they didn't have the knowledge or the wisdom, and the nurses and doctors certainly didn't have the education about stuff. So I was so sick. Oh, sick. I couldn't even, like, if I left the house, I had to bring a barf bag. I remember one time, the husband and I at the time, I'd bring a barf bag in the car because I always knew when I was going to get sick. And we were going for lunch, and went and picked up my sister. And we were going for lunch. And of course, I had to get sick, so I barfed my ass off and threw the bag out in the garbage, walked in the restaurant, started eating. That was my life while I was pregnant. I was so, 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 so sick and weak. And that should have been a red flag. Nobody should be throwing up 10 times a day for 6.5, 7 months. That is a red flag. Also, my mother was a twin, as I said, lots of twins in my family. So, Saturday came. This is 5 days before. No, sorry. Um, Something alarmed me. I don't know if it was a red flag, intuition, but just a woman thing. Just I wasn't. They were active, and I thought, geez, these babies are not active. I wonder, maybe they're sleeping. Maybe they're. Something was wrong. I just knew something was wrong. So my husband at the time took me to the hospital. I said, something's wrong. I know it. I could just feel it. Babies aren't active. Blah 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 blah. I go to the hospital, and the lady says to me, "We can't give you an ultrasound because the ultrasound, it was a Saturday, that's right. We can't give you an ultrasound and check you because the ultrasound rooms aren't open on the weekend. So you have a choice. We can keep you here in the hospital till Monday, or you can go home and come back Monday." And I thought, I ain't sitting in a hospital bed for 3 days wondering if my kids are active, not active, whatever. So we went home, and that was the longest 3 days of my effing life. And I just knew there was something wrong. They weren't active. So Monday comes, we go to the hospital. I'm angry because the ultrasound room wasn't open on the weekend. So now 3 days have passed, right? Hello, Mary. Hello, hello, everybody just coming in. Um, so they give me an ultrasound. They've got the screen faced away from me. Um, she leaves the room, comes back with somebody else, looking at the screen. They leave the room again. Somebody else comes back in, staring at the screen. And she says, okay, we're done now. We're going to bring in to a room upstairs, fourth floor. Okay. So they get me settled in the room. A couple hours later, hi, Marley. Good to see you, sweetheart. Hello, hello. Thank you for the blessings. They get me situated in the room, and the nurse says to me, this is how they did shit back then, people. Nurse says to me, pick up the phone. It's going to be the doctor because there's a phone in my room, right? And he says, hi, this is Dr. So-and-so. Just want to let you know your babies are not alive. We couldn't find a heartbeat. And that was it. Hung up the phone. I'm like, what the flying? But I already knew, you know? Oh boy, I was angry. I was right livid because I was going back to Friday when I went there to get care and the goddamn ultrasound room wasn't open. That could have made a difference in both or one of my son's lives. So the next day comes, and they said, well, we have to remove the babies. We're going to induce you with a drip and all that stuff. They insert tablets in you, whatever, whatever. They explain everything they're going to do. And I'm still trying to process what in the hell is going on here. What is going on? Why? And I'm upset and I'm crying. I'm just crying and crying and crying and angry. Oh boy, I'm angry. I'm ready to just blow this hospital up and everybody in it. For that ultrasound room not to be open, that could have made the difference in my children's lives. So, nurses come in and insert these two big tablets in me to help me go into full blown labor. And I've got a drip on me as well. And my spouse is beside me. He's trying to absorb things. And he's trying to keep it together for me. Yes, hello, Savage and everybody. He's trying to keep this shit cool for me, you know? So, anyways, so the stuff they gave me starts working. I'm in severe onset labor, like no tomorrow, right away. Not right away, sorry. It took a while, but I mean, when it started, it was full force. And at the point when I started feeling the pain, I was afraid to push. And I thought, nope, these babies need to come out. Mama wants to see them. So I remember saying to the doctor or the nurse, oh, okay, and by the way, while this is going on, there's three nurses standing at the window in my room and they're laughing and giggling. And I don't think they were prepared for the scenario. I really don't feel they were educated or told the scenario that I was going to be given birth to two dead babies. Because how could you be standing in a room with a woman crying and grieving at a windowsill fucking laughing? How do you do that? How do you stand at a windowsill and laugh about whatever? And there's a woman 3 feet away from you crying, devastated, and falling the fuck apart, and you're over there laughing. I wanted to get out of that bed and beat the shit out of all three of them. Sorry, YouTube, but you know what? These are facts, okay? I need to talk about this, and yes, if I'm going to swear, I'm going to swear. I'm not monetized, so go F yourself. So, I remember looking at these three girls, man, and I just wanted to punch this shit right out of them. Seriously, are you serious? I don't want to hear laughter right now. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Where's your sympathy? Where's your you should be over here by my bed, comforting me and holding my hand or something, just anything but laughing over by the window 3 feet from me. So, anyways, they're carrying on and laughing, and I get a push, and out comes baby number A. And I said to these three idiots, sorry, there was two because one left by this time. I said to these two idiots, I said, nurse. She said, yes. And she didn't even look at me and she said, yes. She's still talking with this other nurse, right? I says, I just had one of my babies. No, you didn't. Yes, I just had one of my babies, and I'm just beside myself, and twin A's between my legs. And then she lifts the blanket and she goes, "Oh yeah, you did." I named him Andre, and you could see why he died. He's very dark and his tongue was hanging out, but he had the most beautiful, lightest eyes, blue eyes. So I think he would have had eyes like Mama, and his cord was raveled. So that was explanatory. His cord raveled. The cord raveled. He lost oxygen because I remember the day he kicked, right? He kicked really hard because he was suffocating. And if the ultrasound room would have been open, we might have been able to detect that and save him. So twin A comes out. They bring in this bassinet thing. They lay him in there. And this is at 1:30 on the dot in the afternoon. And exactly 10 minutes later, his brother came out, Bradley. And there was nothing wrong with Bradley. He just had to fill out and grow. There was nothing wrong with him. And by this time, I don't know this, but my spouse at the time let my parents know my mom's being driven to the hospital. And my father didn't want to come up. And so they had the babies, Andre and Bradley, laying in the bassinet beside me. And I'm angry, and I'm so angry, and I'm crying, and I'm upset. My mom walks in. She goes, "Your dad doesn't want to come up, but here he wants you to have this little Bible, and blah 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 blah." And I'm thinking, what the hell's a Bible gonna do, really? So, anyways, my mom's devastated. She's worse than I am because she's a twin, right? And here I am trying to calm my mother down. My poor mom. I'm there. I go again, right? Trying to take care of everybody else, and I'm trying to calm my mom down. She's like beyond grief, beyond grief. And she's like, why did this have to happen? And, she's touching them. And they said, well, we have to take them away shortly. Do you want an autopsy done on them? And I said, absolutely. So they take the babies away, and my mom and I are there, and then my mom leaves, and because they lived in a different town, not far, but mom had to get back, right? But uh, mom freaked out. My mother was a mess, but I'm glad she got to see them. So, anyways, so they said, you want an autopsy done? Yes, I do. So, anyways, they get me settled in the room. There's nobody in there, thank God, because my spouse had a good job. We had full coverage of everything. I got to be alone in the room, thank God. Because like I said yesterday, I think if they would have put me in a room with crying babies, I would have killed them, killed all the nurses, not the babies and the moms, of course, but I would have been just beside myself. So, anyways, I get it's quiet in the room. I'm sitting there. My spouse is there, and they bring me a form for each child. Because I have two babies, I got to fill out two different forms to give them permission to do an autopsy on the babies, on the boys. And I would do one and get frustrated, crumble it up, throw it on the floor. Do another one, crumble it up, throw it on. There was like 15 of these on the floor crumbled up. The nurse comes in and goes, "You all right? Really? You're asking me if I'm all right?" I said, I'm just overwhelmed. I can't get through these right now. I just need a minute. So, anyways, I eventually got through getting that paperwork done for both of them. And so the results came back. Andre, it was his cord brother. There was nothing wrong. They feel he just died because his brother died. He wanted to be with him. He was completely healthy. He just had to fill out and grow. I was about 4 days short of 7 months when I had them. So that was really, really, really tough to go through. And of course, after you leave the hospital, you got to go home to reality, right? Quiet house. Just people are reaching out. Thank God for our friends. Didn't discuss it a whole lot with family. Um, people were like, felt like they had to walk on eggshells around us and stuff. And hello, Robert. Hello, everybody. And so family was very hard to talk to about and siblings. So we had a good selection of friends. They were the ones that held us up and listened to us till 1, 2 in the morning at Grandma Lee's coffee shop, talking about our scenario and how angry we were that the hospital failed us. They should have opened that ultrasound room. It might have made a difference. I'll never know, but it might have made a difference. And we talked and we cried, and this went on for a long time. And anger, I was so angry every time I seen a mom with a baby. It just blew me. It just triggers, right? These are triggers. These are things that just blow your mind and hurt your heart. And um, I felt like my heart was like in half. Like I truly believe when they say people's heart dies when something happens, because that's how I felt. This heaviness. I literally felt like there was 50 pounds of bricks on my heart when I went through that. And then I went through the scenario of I was feeling less of a woman because I had lost the first one, and then these two passed on, and I felt not as equal as a woman. I was becoming hard on myself and blaming myself, and it really wasn't my fault. I took my vitamins, I was eating well, I walked all the time. I did everything I was supposed to do. I read so many books about pregnancy while I was pregnant, before I was pregnant, reading up on Braxton Hicks contractions, you name it, I read it. Took my vitamins faithfully, I ate, but I was so sick. I was sick 24 hours a day with these boys. And that wasn't a good thing neither. So there's a lot of red flags. So one of the scenarios was I decided to write an ad in the paper to help my anger, maybe help other people. And I wrote my story in the paper, and it was quite extent and quite long and quite verbal. And I said, I'm very angry that the hospital failed me and this ultrasound room is not open. And why isn't it? It should be. And I got so many responses. It was unbelievable. The people that reached out to me that went through the same thing. And one guy in particular, and I still remember him, he said he believes him and his wife's baby died because they were giving her multiple ultrasounds. And they think ultrasounds are not always a good thing. There's something to do with the vibes in it and the whatever the scenario is with ultrasounds. But anyways, I got some relief writing that, and out of that letter, the hospital, because of my story, decided the ultrasound room was going to be opened up 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. But it took my twins to die and me to write that story for them to make some changes. So something positive came out of it. So yeah, So that was a good thing. That was a positive. So there was a mayhem and a mayhem that went into a miracle. That they said, yes, we are going to look into this. We are going to do this. So they started doing that, and as you know, all around the world, ultrasound rooms are now open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day if you need them. But it took my twins to die for that to happen. But in the other sense, so many babies are being saved because of my story. So that is a wonderful blessing. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. So yeah, that scenario was just crazy to go through. Um, I went through the whys. I went through being very, very angry at God. Oh my God. And then months and months later, when you have time to process it and stuff, and the triggers settle down a bit, you start become calm, and you're okay with seeing a baby, and and one of my sister-in-laws had just had a baby 2 months later. There was babies being born very close after I lost mine, so that was very difficult. Um, and not even 2 weeks after I lost my babies, we were invited to this great big event. And a woman had just had a baby and walked right up to me, and I was being introduced to her and stuff because she'd heard about me through other scenarios. And she says, "Do you want to hold my baby?" And I have a picture of me holding that baby. And this is like weeks after. And I said, "Sure." And this baby was so big. It was a girl, so big and chunky. And I remember just being in awe and happy holding this big fat baby. It was just wonderful. But I mean, my heart was still hurting. My heart was still tugging. Hello, Robert. Hello, everybody. My heart was still tugging. It was still hurting, of course. But as each day went by, I started to become calmer. I stopped asking why because I knew why. It wasn't anything to do with me at all. At all. It was, Andre's cord raveled and he suffocated. And Bradley, I think, just wanted to be with his brother, right? And I had to accept that. And when I started saying, okay, you know what? You can't change what happened. You can't change it. You are powerless. And when I started accepting that I'm powerless over people, places, and things and circumstances, then things started to calm down in my heart. And I think my boys played a role in that as well. I think they really were watching over me closely and were with me and, guiding me and stuff. Because you know what? I also went through a stage where it's like, my kids don't want to see me depressed laying up on a couch because I went through that depression, right? Really bad. And no, they don't want to see their mom on a couch stressed out and sad grief, and I don't want to go, get up and don't feel like eating today or taking my vitamins or whatever it is you do on a daily basis. Everything halts when you're grieving. Everything halts. And you don't realize it at the time, but then as time passes, you're like, holy shit, I got to get off this couch. I got to start doing me. I got to start being better because my boys are watching over me, right? No worries, no worries, Mark, no worries. Um, Slowly in time, because it took a while. It's not something that happens overnight or in a day. There's no time limit to grieving, people. There really isn't. I started being okay with me. I started accepting what happened. Um, and everything just started to settle down in my gut and in my heart and in my head. And I start feeling clarity in my head that, you know what, it's okay. Um, and I need to share my experience. So the spouse and I started going to bereavement groups for lost babies. And there were so many people that had lost their babies way far away, like before me. We're talking 10, 15, 20 years ago. And what I found was these women were still stuck 15, 20 years later, still feeling the same thing, still everything, right? They just couldn't get out of their grief. Grief's powerful. And I thought, oh my God, I don't want to be in 20 years still feel like there's bricks on my chest. How am I going to go on if I ever have to want to have another baby? I got to be sane in my mind, mentally, emotionally, physically. I remember listening to these people and going, "Oh my God, you're staying stuck. Oh, you're staying." So I talked to them a little bit on the side, and they're comforting me because I just lost my babies, right? And they're crying for me, and it's just like, you know what? We did like, I don't know, 8 or 9 of these meetings. I'm like, F this, I can't take this shit. This is too depressing. This wasn't helping. He was doing the opposite. These women were staying stuck, choose to stay stuck. Didn't want to do anything about the problem. They were just comfortable being in their grief. That's all they felt. That's all they knew. That's all they seen. That's it. They didn't think about going on, fixing, you know? No, they were just no, that's not what I wanted. I didn't want to be looking at myself in 15 years sitting at a meeting just being falling apart all the time because it's not healthy mentally or emotionally. And after 9 meetings, I'm like, I'm out of here. I am not going to this. This is not helping me. My spouse hated it too. It's if anything, it's making it worse. So we just start reaching out to our friends and just talking and talking and talking and talking and crying if we had to. I was writing poems, and that's my therapy. I like to write poetry and stories and stuff. So that was another outlet for me. But the triggers were still there. You see a baby and a mom, or you see a set of twins, or that kind of scenario, right? It's still very upsetting and it really hurts. Plus, the in laws, they've got just had their babies. So I've got to see them babies all the time. And so it was a real test of time for me in my heart to, try to find the strength in a mediocre way that I was going to be able to cope and still see the babies and other people's babies and be grieving and sad, but in a healthy way. Um, so it's a lot about a lot of thought process, and I'm like, okay, so I don't want to stay stuck. I don't want to stay on the couch. I don't want to be depressed because I know what depression can do. Um, and I still believe it was my mom and my twins and all my other ancestors that helped me through this. I didn't do it alone. They were helping me. They were giving me messages in my brain of things I need to do, what I should feel, what I should not analyze. Don't beat yourself up. Don't be hard on yourself. Embrace what happened, if that makes sense. And all these messages started just flowing in and coming to me, and I'm like, yeah, Ma's just got to keep going on. I got to keep going on. I got to rise up from this situation. It's always going to be there. The grief's always going to be there, but in time, believe it or not, the grief does settle down. If that makes sense, it's still there. There's no time limit. I still grieve for my mom and my twin. Don't get me wrong, especially when their birthdays roll around and special occasions, and you're going to an event, your mom's not there. Trust me, that hits hard at the heart. But the grief does settle down. It did for me. It settled down, and I was able to get a clear picture about what I wanted my life to be after this journey that I just endured. And and I still talked, and I still wrote, and I still reached out, um, and I still wondered. Wonder. The wondering was still there, the whys, and then I thought, okay, I can't keep going on with the whys because they're going to keep you stuck. These little words that you put in your head will keep you stuck, right? And I didn't want to be stuck in time. I didn't want to be. Thank you so much, JJ. I didn't want to be one of these women that were at the meetings 15, 20 years later, still frozen in time. That is not going to be me. I always had a toughness about me. My grandmother was like that, and when I did and I'm all over the map when I talk, but it's okay. It's going to help you understand me. My grandmother was a very psychic woman, and very high intuition. And I've got so much of my grandmother in me. It's unbelievable. Like I always say, I'm reincarnated of her because I'll tell you, we're so much alike. Um, so I think the power of my ancestors and my twins and um, the universe, ancestors, whatever, you know, I think they were helping me as well and bringing me the messages that I needed in the comfort and settling down my heart. But I had to do the work too. I had to say to myself, this too shall pass, but for the grace of God. And first things first. What's first here? What happened? What has to happen? Well, first things first, I have to accept that it happened. Okay, so I'm going to work on accepting this is what happened to you. So I worked on that and worked on that and kept telling myself, accept the things you cannot change. You are powerless. You have no control. So that's what I did. I just kept working on that, keeping the word powerless. And I think a lot of these words were coming to me from different scenarios in my life. So I tried to keep working on that. And eventually I started feeling like me again. Um, the depression had lifted. And I think the depression is a combination of, I think depression is anguish and sadness together, is what depression can be. And it can either send you left, right, or center. And you can decide which way it's going to go. by the way that you think and what you choose to do for your well-being, whatever that looks like for you. So me, it was a lot of writing and poetry, acceptance. I had to keep using that word in my vocabulary. Acceptance, accept the things you cannot change, and eventually I started feeling better. I started accepting. I still hurt and grief. Don't get me wrong. The pain was just unbearable. Like when people say, "Oh my God, I feel like I'm going to die," the pain is awful. That's what it was like for me when I lost my boys. Um, but my experience, I was able to help a lot of other people, empower them on how I got out of being sad and in the anguish. Now you can still be sad, but in the sadness, stuck, which means that your thoughts are scrambled. You don't know if you're coming or going. You don't want to eat. You don't want to, you don't want to face life. That's being stuck. You're frozen in time. You're frozen in your thoughts. And I kept reliving this scenario, what went on, and the nurse was laughing. And also, um, when Andre came out of me, the first twin, my husband at the time bolted out of the room. He was petrified. He was hurt. He was everything. And because of the scenario, I didn't even notice he left, to be honest with you. Well, the nurse obviously didn't know the scenario of my situation. And she grabbed my husband at the time's arm and said, "Come on, you big suck, let's get back in there." And she pushed him back into the room, And I think about that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, really? He was devastated and stuff. So, yeah, that was wrong too, the way they handled that. I was very angry about that. Um, and I didn't know about that till after I got home when he told me, right? So, and you also got to deal with your tummy going down now because, I was quite big. I carried a lot of water in me when I was pregnant. I went from 110 pounds to, you know, I was showing pretty good. I was 5 days short of 7 months. So then you go home and then, your pregnancy clothes you're wearing are got to be put away and your stomach's going down. And you also go through that too, that body thing. Because, as you're pregnant, your body blossoms and everything changes and gets bigger. And sometimes places you don't want, So, um, so you go through that as well. And my spouse went through a period at the time, my husband at the time went through a period. He had trouble talking about it, like with me, because I'm having a smoke. He didn't want to hurt me or make me cry, or so he kind of bottled things up. And then eventually we did, of course, we did start talking about it and sharing stuff. But it's very, very hard in a relationship, I can tell you that. Very, very hard. Because your intimacy goes away too, because you're grieving and you're just in limbo. Your emotions are all over the map. You don't know if you're coming or going. You're upset, you're crying, you're grieving, it's just a scenario of emotions. It's like a hurricane going through your head, is what it is. It's a hurricane going through your freaking head. So pardon me. So like I said, everything's a thought process. It has to be oh, my chair's on my move my stool here. Everything's a thought process, and eventually I started sorting things out and accepting things, and I think it was from my higher power and my ancestors, and I really believe it was my boys giving me the heads up and taking care of me, and giving me the answers I need, and lessening my heart. And I always felt them around me all the time. I even had a psychic who never knew anything about me, and she said, "You have two angels, one's on one shoulder and one's on the other." And she did not know anything about my life or my twins or anything. She said, "They watch over you, they move your things around on you." And I lost a set of keys, never found them. So I got told a lot of things from a psychic about my boys. So, anyways, I always felt them around me, always. It's almost like they were there. One was holding one hand, one was holding the other hand, and so um, and then as time went on, I felt like I had to release my boys. So I just said, "You know what, boys, Mama's okay now. Mama's okay. Mama's getting it together. You'll always be in my heart until I see you again. I'm going to release you. You guys can go now. You guys can go." go up and see all my ancestors and visit them. And I'll go when it's my turn to go up there. I'll see you guys. And about 2 months later, I stopped feeling them around me because I gave them permission to go. I didn't want them to be, so I let them go. Um, so that was really tough. And I still feel that today. Like I still feel all the emotions and all that stuff, right? So then again, I got married in '87. 2 months after I got married, in October, I got pregnant. And back then, it wasn't a thing to have an ultrasound to find out the sex, right? And because of what happened with me with the first one and the twins, I was considered high risk. So I had a top specialist looking after me every 2 weeks for 9 months. And he was such a wonderful man. He had like 10 kids himself, and he knew about my scenario. And he said, "Listen, you know, don't don't go home and sweat. Don't go home and worry. Everything's going fine. I reassure you, everything's going fine." So every 2 weeks for 9 months, I had to see this guy. And it gave me comfort because then I knew, okay, the baby's being watched. I'm being watched. High blood, if there's a high blood pressure, if there's whatever, any kind of scenario, they can catch it. And frightened out of my damn mind, though. Frightened out of my mind. I had so much fear for this next pregnancy. It was unbelievable. I can't even describe it. Every time baby kicked to me, I was literally almost having a panic attack. I just, the fear that just went from my bottom of my feet all the way through my body up to my head. Every time this baby kicked to me, I thought it was dying. Because when Andre, my twin's cord raveled, he kicked, he suffocated. That was his last kick. He died. So every time baby kicked me, I'm petrified. I'd call a doctor. I'd have to call him and talk to him. And so yeah, it was the longest 9 months of my life, and I still didn't believe I was going to give birth to a live baby. I just didn't. I had so much fear still in me from the last two scenarios that it was like a trigger to me, and I just couldn't believe. But I kept saying, okay, I just want my baby to be born. Everything okay? Ancestors take care of me. Like make sure everything goes good. Being at the doctor's specialist every 2 weeks helped. Took my vitamins. I ate. I did what I was supposed to do. Um, and Saturday, June 17th, I went through the scenario of, oh boy, something's happening. So it was 8:30 in the morning. My then husband called the hospital. They had the record of me. They said, bring her in right away. I wasn't far from the hospital. And so I got to the hospital. The pains were full force at 8:30. It wasn't labor like some women start out slow and go days and then their pain increases. Mine went full force, full throttle pain. So I get to the hospital, and this started at 8:30 in the morning, and they get me into my room, and I'm having a hard time getting baby out, so they got to give me a episiotomy. The needle itself hurt. Holy Jesus Christ. So they have to give me a episiotomy because baby's got a big head. So I'm going through that scenario and doing what I need to do, and I'm doing my breathing properly, and I'm not screaming or yelling. I wasn't a screamy, yelly person. I was very quiet when I give birth, even though I'm in pain. I just kept doing my deep breaths in between when I was supposed to and stuff. And at 10:30, not even 2 hours later, out pops my son. And I almost couldn't believe it. It's like, wow. And he started to cry. Of course, you like to hear that because, you want to make sure everything's okay. So they clean him up and stuff, and they bring him to me. And he's really dark, right? Because my husband at the time is, he's French, so dark skin. He had a full head of hair. My son, oh my God, dark hair, darkest, beautiful eyes. And they bring him to me, and I'm holding him, and it's like, oh my God, my baby. I got a baby now. Oh my God, look at my son. So excited. He was 7 pounds, 3 ounces. He had to stay in the hospital for 3 days because he had jaundice. So I had to go home without him. So there was another trigger for me. I cried and cried and cried. And they said, don't worry, we're going to call you as long as, as long as, he gets over his jaundice. Everything's cool. We'll call you. So 3 days later, because they put them under this heat lamp, they put these little things in their eyes, and because I was visiting them, right? But I had to go home without him, and that was really tough. It was scary because I thought, oh my God, I don't want to go home without my baby. So I went through this crying thing, and oh Jesus. Anyways, they call, and we bring him home. And then our journey started with my son. I was blessed with a son, 7 pounds 3 ounces. I named him Jamie Michael, and so I was blessed. There's a mayhem before that, and then a miracle came, and he was a damn miracle. Let me tell you. So I had a son. I had a son. So we go through the journey of raising our son. And hello, Brian Sports. Hello, everybody coming in. I'm talking about grief and pain and loss and all that stuff. So I do move the laptop away from me because I'm smoking. I'm trying to get used to not smoking in front of the laptop. Hi, Brian. Hello, Cassie. I'm so glad that all three of my kids, that they were small but healthy. No epidural for me. Yeah, I did have an epidural, or not an epidural. Sorry. No, I had my kids natural, by the way. No drugs, both of them. They had to give me a episiotomy, so they had to give me a needle, freeze me, blah, blah, blah. They cut your the baby's head's too big. I won't get into the details. The women know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so I'm blessed with my son. I just can't believe it. And then, months later, we find out he's allergic to 3 milks. The kid cried all the time. He was colicky. He was, oh, the poor thing. Anyways, they figured it out. It was the milk. He couldn't have Infolac, Similac, or Isomel. The kid was suffering. So we ended up putting him on homogenized milk with multivitamins, and he was fine after that. But the kid cried from the day I brought him home for like 7 months straight. I thought he was going to go crazy. I absolutely thought, what is wrong? So I said, there's something wrong with my baby, man. He's fed, he's burped, he's changed, he's bathed, he's played with, he's everything. And there's something wrong. Little wrinkles in his forehead every time he cried. His little fist would just, there's something wrong. You keep him overnight and tell me there's nothing wrong with him. Oh my God, I was so mad at the doctor. The specialist, the family doctor. Anyways, we figured it out. It was the milk. Poor kid couldn't have the milk. Figured all that out. That was fine. Anyways, 2 years to the day. I got pregnant again in October, and I just want to got pregnant again in October, and no, don't touch Dakota. And I got pregnant, and again I had to see the specialist every 2 weeks because I'm high risk, and I'm still scared. All the triggers are coming back. Everything's coming back from the twins. And this baby wasn't as active. Obviously, we found out why. She was smaller. Um, and anyways, so my son turned 2 on June 17th, 1990. And on June 18th, 1990, a little girl came out of me. 6 pounds, 12 ounces. No meds, no nothing. Both my kids were natural because my births were so fast, they couldn't give me anything. And I probably would have just said, hey, don't give me anything. But I was blessed. 2.5 hours for my son, not even 2.5 hours, and 45 minutes. I went in full force pain. I was watching Arsenio Hall at 11 o'clock. He was done at 12. And I watched something else. We had been at the beach that day celebrating my son's second birthday on June 17th. And I remember my friend saying, when are you going to have that baby? I said, I don't know. He'll come when he's ready, because I was convinced I was having another boy. I was convinced. There was no girl ever in my mind. So, so spouse goes to bed because he's got to work in the morning. And I'm in bed. And then around 1:45, not a little after 1, around 1 in the morning, something just didn't feel right. I went to the washroom. Scenario, call the hospital. I'm only 10 minutes from the hospital. Bring her in. Away I go. They get me in a wheelchair. He's gone to park the car. And this stupid young guy says to me, I said, he goes, how far apart are your labor pains? I go, like every minute. And he goes, oh, you're fine. We have many women that come in here and they can go days before they have their baby. I looked at this doctor and I said, get me the F upstairs now, or my baby's going to be born on the floor. I was convinced. It was so quick. And he's just looking at me weird. I just want to punch him, right? You stupid idiot. They get me upstairs. Meanwhile, they're calling the doctor that's taking place for my family doctor because I'm now in a different city. I got a female doctor. She's on holidays, so she's got another female taking over. So they call her. She gets into the room. She's got one glove on her hand, just getting to have the other one on. My baby girl's already between my legs. That's it. That's all. I don't mess around when I have babies. Out she came. And the doctor just looked at me and went, oh my God. She goes, I have never been to a birth so quick. She said, your labor and everything was like 50 under an hour from the time, the pain started. And then I got to the hospital. So it was like an hour and a bit. My son was 2.5 hours. There's another miracle. Someone's looking after me, making sure, hey, we don't want this mama to go 10, 15 days in labor. She's been through enough. So, my son was born in 2.5 hours. Um, and 2 hours, sorry. And my daughter was like roughly 45, 50 minutes. And I was shocked when they said it was a girl. Seriously, I was shocked to the core. I couldn't absorb it. They said, "Oh my God, you have a daughter." I'm like, what? I was convinced I was having another boy. And out she came. And so, yes, I was blessed with a daughter. And if she would have come, an hour and a bit earlier, she would have had the same birthday as her brother. So my son is June 17th, and he was born a day before Father's Day in 1988. This year, my daughter's birthday is falling on Father's Day, June 18th. So I was blessed. See, the miracles come, people. The miracles do come. You just got to be patient and let things flow the way they flow. I was blessed with two kids, and I've got two great kids. I can tell you that, guys. My kids have respect for people. They dot their I's, they cross their T's. They're very, very compassionate. They're animal lovers like me. Like, it's just phenomenal what I could tell you about my kids. They are, and I'm not saying that just because I'm their mom. You meet my kids, you'll see. They're so respectful. Um, and I was blessed. There's the miracles that come with the trauma that you had before. Good things come, and you have to be able to embrace those good things too and be grateful, right? Hello, Enforcer. Hello, everybody. That happened with my second Me Too. Not even the second foot in the stirrups, and boom, haha. Oh, I didn't even have my feet in the stirrups. No, no, I just laid on the bed. Now she came between my legs. Sorry, guys, but I told you I'm going to be blunt, right? So you can just picture it. But yeah, I was blessed. So, you know, losing my twins and my mom, the mayhem is there, people, and we're nobody's exempt from trauma, are we? Nobody's exempt from anything. But when I think of my life now, I'm like, something or someone, a very number of people, my ancestors, I think, played a role in my sanity, played a role in helping me keep my thinking on straight. Helped me go through the process. Of course, I did the work too as well, but I do believe that, um, you know, there's certain scenarios that just come to you, and people come to you, or the universe, or your ancestors. I don't know how quite you word that, but help you get through this traumatic shit show that you go through. And yeah, those things still tug at my heart. Trust you me. Every year, July 23rd is my twins' birthday. I write them a poem, and I do a big thing on Facebook about them. Same with my parents. Anybody that's died, I do something special for them. I don't forget them. The pain's still there. Tears still come. So, anyways, I'm blessed. I got a son and a daughter, and we decided we didn't want any more children. So my spouse got fixed, and I'm blessed. I was blessed. I was blessed. And there's mayhem before that, and here comes the miracles. Here come the miracles. And they do come, people. They do come. Not when we always want them to, but I was so fearful. I thought I actually felt like I could get pregnant, but I could never have my babies. That was my thought process. Oh man, I'm less of a woman. I was so hard on myself, and it wasn't even my fault, right? It's nature, and it's medical. It was medical. So when my son was born and my daughter, then that kind of thinking just goes away, and it's like, no, things can happen, things can produce, things can be possible. Um, and good things do come. You just have to be patient. But the key is you can't stay stuck, and accept the things you cannot change, and keep telling yourself that. And eventually, it'll be the norm for you, and you'll feel like, oh, I can take a breath now. I don't have to carry that anymore. I don't have to carry that anymore. So there we go. I'm blessed. There's some miracles. So my daughter's about, I think my daughter's about 7 or 8 months old, and I lose my sister. my younger sister, and I get a phone call at like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. We're all in bed sleeping, of course. You know, we got to work the next day, and I've got my 2 kids, and I got a phone call that my sister's dead from my other sister. And holy shit, here we go again. I'm like, what? First it's shock, and then it's anger, and then it's like, what the F? What happened? Questions, tears, a lot of crying, packing the kids, packing the bag. To this day, I don't even know what I packed because we're 2.5 hours away from the city that where it happened. Jump in the car with my spouse and my kids at like 2:30 in the morning. We flew there, literally flew there. It's a 2.5 hour drive. I think we did it under 2 hours. I kid you not. We flew there, and I get greeted at my dad's house. Um, my sister killed herself. I'm having a smoke, guys. My sister killed herself, and I'm like, whoa! I lost my shit. I was so bitter. I was crying so much I couldn't even breathe at one point. We're all trying to piece everything together. What happened? Why? So, yeah, so we got to deal with this. So, her husband came home and found her. She had a son at the time. He was about 5 or 6. She brought the son next door, asked them if they could babysit him because she had a doctor's appointment, and that her husband would pick the baby up because he'd be home before her. Which didn't make sense because my little sister didn't drive, and he drove her where her appointments, and she's out in the boonies. But we got that story from the neighbors after the fact, right? So, anyways, they're babysitting Mark. She tells the neighbors that she's got a doctor's appointment because they think she has cancer. All right. So she goes home, and her husband's an avid hunter of deer and bear and all that stuff. And she shoots herself in the stomach. And she's gone because the bullets that she used shatter. So, anyway, she's in the morgue. My father says, we have to, we can't find her wedding band and her, you know. So we all go to her house, drive to her house because she's not in the same city, but she's not far. We all rummaged through her house, her teapots. And what I noticed right away when I went to her house, it was in shambles. Tub wasn't cleaned. Her bathroom was a mess. She had tobacco all over the table because she used to roll her own smokes back then. It was just a mess, and that wasn't my sister. My sister, you could eat off her floors. She kept her immaculate. So I just said, Dad, we've checked the whole place. Did you ever think to check at the morgue? Because they'll take her jewelry and hand it to you. So lo and behold, yes, that was the scenario. So we spent a whole day rummaging through her stuff, trying to. And I don't even know what the significance was of, my dad wanting that, or even bringing it up. But anyways, it wasn't an envelope. It was passed to my father, and they explained, she shot herself, blah 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 blah. Um, she had 2 kids at the time. One was 6, and the other one was like 14, 15. So here we go, another funeral. That was tough. That was tough. I walked up to her coffin and I said, "You stupid biatch! I am gonna kick your ass when I get up there. Why did you do this?" I was so angry. So anyways, we get her buried. We're all grieving again. Because this is life. And we're angry and we're mad. And when I got home after the whole scenario, I lived 2.5 hours away. When I got home, I started thinking about the whole scenario of my sister. She was a martyr. She was the one that joked all the time and laughed. You never knew there was anything wrong with her, always smiling and keeping shit in and, that sort of thing. And her husband wasn't the greatest spouse. Won't get into that. That's a whole nother ballgame in itself. My mother had died. She was very close to my mom, so she was depressed. And I think it was just a whole combination of that stuff. And she shot herself and took her own life. And the anger I had was different than what I had for my twins because um, she did this to herself. She made this choice, whatever frame of mind she was in. Obviously, it wasn't a good frame of mind, which made her and caused her to want to end her own life. It's all about the thought process. And so, yeah, depression, that is what depression looks like sometimes with people. And, I just was so angry at her. And then I got the photo albums out and, of course, reminiscing again and remembering the good old days, that kind of thing. And I thought, okay, now you're with mom. You're with mom. I know you missed mom a lot. And she was really grieving. She never got over my mom, neither. She never dealt with it or talked about it or anything, right? So that was a tough one. My dad, again lost his noodle. Now he's lost a daughter, right? The youngest of all of us, of the girls. So here we go again. Dad's depressed again. Again, it's the grief that brings on the depression. It's all combined. Dad's in a limbo again, and I gotta go down there. And he believes that if you took your own life, you'd go to hell. And I said, hell no, Dad. Where in the hell did you read that shit? Why you believe in that stuff? That's not true. God's there at the pearly gates if there is a God, and He's there, and Mom's there, and everybody's there. So he was able to let that go. He wouldn't talk about it to anybody though. He wouldn't tell the family members what happened, like the other family members, like cousins and aunts and uncles. I did. I let her out. I told people. I said, Dad, you can't keep secrets. They destroy people. Tell them the truth. Tell them she was depressed and took her own life. What's so bad about that? He was embarrassed. I don't know what it was, but I said, Dad, it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop keeping shit inside and stop hiding shit, keeping secrets. It'll kill you, destroy you. So everybody eventually found out what happened. And it was a lot of grief and sadness again. Just, I cried. She was her and I were only a year apart. Um, and we were almost like twins, honest to God. We did everything together when we were little. We climbed trees. You know, we did everything together. Everything. We were the two girls in the family because we were a year apart. We basically, mom dressed us the same. We were like twins. There's pictures of me and her in the same dress, same little frilly stockings and the shoes and all that stuff. So yeah, I had to go through that, and that was tough to lose my little sister. But I understood I understood the scenario of the depression. I hate hearing my friend that had twin daughters. Sorry, I'm going to catch up now, guys. I want to acknowledge you guys. Very true. The more we talk about it openly, the better we feel, and the more people we inspire. Honeybees, yes. Hello, honeybees. Hello, flower girl. Bye, Gary. Robert says, "Mayhem miracles." I know what you mean. I'm 37 and I have been single. I hope to have a family someday, but if not, I'm not angry or sad because God has a path for me, and He has the right path for me. Isn't that the truth? Yes, I truly believe that. Um, Hey, enforcer. I don't create content. Okay, okay. But thank you. Um, we have similar stories, and we could really do a lot of good for women like us that hide it. Yes, Cassie, absolutely. Honeybee says, I talk about my loss to Maja on my lives, grief, and mental health. Absolutely. I like that. Yes, we should talk about it. Absolutely. Oh, wow. Enforcer says, gotta go to work. Got to work out. Have a blessed day. Thank you so much, Enforcer. I hope you're on the path to healing, sir. By Enforcer from Honeybees. David says later, Enforcer. Oh my God. Oh no. By Gary. I'm sorry, Maja. Um, okay. Sorry, Maja. Huge blow. Hugs from me. Thank you, Robert. It's like constantly regurgitating the past and trying to change it, but we can't. And once we acknowledge that fact, we start to heal. Yes, we do. Absolutely. It's the time. Time is of the essence. Everything takes time. Yes, Cassie Roberts says, honeybees. I had to commit, I tried to commit suicide many years ago. Was a very dark place. Thank God for my partner. She's my rock. Oh my goodness, Mark. I didn't know that. Good for your bless it, your spouse. I believe that we're the universe sends us certain people in our lives for a reason. I really do truly believe that. Um, and I'm so grateful that you didn't do it, Mark. And the universe was there working for you, probably your ancestors, and of course, that lovely partner of yours can truly make a difference and help us snap out of things. I'm glad you're still here, Mark. We all have a purpose, right? I'm back. Thank you. Okay, Chester, welcome back. I lost my big brother to a homicide almost 20 years ago. Extremely hard grief for 10 years. Yes. Yes, Connie. Homicide. Oh, suicide and homicide. Like, I mean, mm, boy, that's anger. Somebody else taking someone's life. I have an issue with that. You don't have that right. We need to lock these fuckers up for life. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Chester. Hey, Mark the Spider Guy. Glad you had your partner there for you. I'm here for you also. Yes, absolutely. Reach out, people. Chester. Hey, Mark. I hated hearing my friend that twin daughters joking about offering himself, and the 2 months later succeeded. I was filled with mixed emotions. I hated hearing my friend that. Uh, yeah, triggers. Yeah, they're triggers, Cassie. No, I can relate to that. Yes, hurts. So when I hear people even joking about that crap, I get serious really quick. Oh, me too. Me too. You spam the spider guy. I'm 37 and a Marine vet. It's fought at times, but we got each other's back. Yes, that's right. Said you touch back on men's mental health, and you touch back on men's mental health. I really hope you men out there that are dealing with things all alone, please reach out and be vulnerable to a good guy friend. Yes, be vulnerable. It's good. Seriously. Marcus Party Guy, if you need men on men support programs, let me know. I'm a huge advocate and have many of resources. Awesome, Cassie. That's wonderful to hear. Thank you, Cassie. Really appreciate it. Cassie Peters is giving a little hug there. Savage, hey, I'm back. Welcome back, Savage. Um, Okay, I'm caught up. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. Welcome to the 12 still in the building. So yeah, suicide. Oof, suicide makes me angry. Because your actions are, I thought it was so selfish of her to, you know, take her own life, but that's what grief and trauma and heartache and loss looks like. She never got over my mom, and other things played a role in that as well. So I guess she wanted to just be on and out, be out. And I was angry at her for so long. Oh my God. And then about 3 years later, hot sunny day, I'm in my bedroom folding laundry and I'm standing at the side of my bed, and my sister appears at the end of my bed. Full bodied person. And I turned my head and I went, and she said, the first thing she said to me is, I'm okay. And I said, what? She said, I'm okay. I go, you're really okay? And I started crying. I go, you're really okay? She goes, yes. Stop worrying. I am fine. Big smile on her face, and then she left. And I thought, I guess she needed to come to me to tell me that, because I kept worrying about her fate and what happened. And she just knew I was worrying and hurting about her, right? After that happened, when I seen her, I was totally accepted and I had acceptance, and I was at peace with the whole situation. It was really weird, you know? But it still hurts that they're gone because I can't phone her. I can't phone my mom. Um, I don't get to see I didn't get to see my twins, say their first words and take their first steps and go to the first kindergarten class and jump on the bus for the first time and celebrate birthdays. I didn't get to do all that. Um, and that's reality. So what I do, we just keep the memories alive in our hearts, don't we? And we don't forget. We don't forget, our journeys that we have been on. I'm still a mama twins. I still call myself a mama twins, even though my boys aren't here. Hello, Drew. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hello, JJ. The people that take their own lives, just push the pain they were holding onto the um, surviving family and friends. Just wish we can normalize mental health and not be afraid of the diagnosis. That's right. And there's different kinds of mental health, isn't there? Right? There really is. Living History says, "Hey Dodgers." Savage Batman said, "Hey Dodgers." Robert says, "You are a mama always." Yes, yes. So I'm still, and somebody had said that one day when I was crying and grieving and out at 2 in the morning, sitting at a restaurant having coffee, and they said, "You know what? You're still a mama twins." And when they said that, I went, "Yeah, they're right. I still am a mama twins, even though they're not here." So I walk around proud and I say, "I'm a mama twins. They're not with me. They're my rainbow babies." So yeah. So then in 2000, my father passed away of cancer. He had a rare cancer. It started in the prostate, and then it ended up traveling to his leg into his bone, which there's no cure. So he was in so much pain, and I didn't realize the extent of it. I didn't find out he had cancer. He kind of kept it a secret for a while. And I remember we went out to this big place, big event, and he had to keep sitting down and stuff. And then we got back to my place because he was staying at my place for 3 or 4 days. And then he's got the newspaper in front of him, and he just kind of blurted it out to me. He didn't want to, he just said, "Well, I got cancer." And what? Like, what? So, yeah. So the pain got so bad, um, they had to put him in the hospital in a different city, which was close to me. So, uh, went down to see him and stuff. And he was in so much pain. They were giving him morphine and stuff. The last thing he said before we left was take care of each other. Always take care of each other. And then he went home because I couldn't do anything for him. And I'm in a different city. My one sister took care of him around the clock, and then he passed away. And again, another scenario, I was at relief because he wasn't suffering anymore. And he was probably going to be with my mom, who he missed, right? So, that's the way that I look at things to comfort myself. He's now with my mom and my twins and my sister, right? Everybody's up there together, waiting for me to join them, keeping the tea warm because my mother and I love tea. But it ain't my time to go yet, so they're gonna have to wait a damn long time. So yeah, that was hard. So I both my parents are gone. Um, I'm focusing on my spiders now and my channel, although I still get tongue tied on my videos. It's okay, Mark. We love you just the way you are. We all have a purpose here, people. We really, really do. And I'm so glad, Mark, that something or someone or your ancestors or your spouse, whoever or how many it may have been, stopped you and that you're still here because we really do. Even though we're hurting, we're still on a journey and we have so much to teach each other, don't we? We really do, and this is what lifts up our spirits and our psyche. Is sharing, different scenarios in your life. That is great, Mark. You do a wonderful job, Mark. I love your channel. We love your videos, Mark. Yes, we do. We love your little critters. Robert says they are just walking around with a much powerful man. God, yes. Thank you, Chris. Oh, Midnight Rider, hello. You didn't save me. You didn't save me. Say hi, everyone. So goodbye, everyone. Hello, Ryder. Sorry, I am talking away in the chat, having a serious conversation. Welcome in. Mark says hi, midnight. And like Father says, hello, Rydercast says, on that note, all men and dads out there go to the doctor and stop being afraid of what might pop up. Be on top of the situation. Don't wait till it's too late, please. Yes. Great advice. Living Histories. My channel, my followers and my family saved me and kept me safe. Another good story. Thank you for that, Drew. You know what, guys? As weird as it may sound sometimes, YouTube um it does have a very positive impact on a lot of people. Depending where you're going, if you're into the real negative drama channels, yeah, you're going to be stressed out, angry, want to reach out, want to shout out, whatever. Try to stick with the channels that bring positivity to your life and happiness and laughter and all that stuff. So yeah, there's always some significant other that can play a role in helping you rethink things and sort the process out and just be there for you, and it can make a difference. I agree. Living history mysteries. Mark says, "Hi, living histories." Hey, Mark the Spider Guy. Um, Hello, Colette. This is very strange because my close friend, who is more like a sister to me, has just found out that she has cancer, and she's so worried about telling her family. Oh my goodness. Mark the Spider Guy says, "Thank you, Debbie. You're very welcome, Mark." Mark, you know what? The universe, ancestors, there's a lot of people looking out for you, buddy. And YouTube people. Look at all the wonderful people that we meet out in the YouTube land. Um, People from all over the world. And there's certain people, Mark, you know yourself, right? We just connect. Whether it's the way that they're talking or um, that one on one connection, Hi, Colette. So sorry. Mark the Spartus guy. God bless you. Yes. Yeah, Colette, I would just say to your friend, just be straight up and honest. Have a close friend there to support her or hold her hand if she has to tell them. Um, if she can't do that, there's another very way you can do it is you can write each individual person a personal letter and tell them and leave it with them and let them absorb it by themselves or have everybody together and just do it. But I really think it's important to let it out because you need the support. Scientists and many other scenarios have proven that positivity on your psyche can actually make you get better and feel better. That positive thinking, right? Um, does she have a family of her own? Colette Rhodes, Peter, yes, indeed. Okay. Because depending on age of the children, there are books out there that can help with the changes that are going to happen to mommy. Very good information, Cassie. Yes, there is. Absolutely. I mean, if there's children involved, yeah, what is the ages? Because their little brains can absorb things like an adult. So maybe some books can help them. Yes, and talking about the changes because my mother did change as she was dying. She changed. She lost a lot of weight and all kinds of other scenarios happened. And the nurses were informing us as we went along. So it's very educational and powerful to know those things and how to handle them when they happen, right? So yeah, the age is got to be careful with the age, right? And some children are more fragile than others, right? So yeah, that is very helpful. And yes, she has two children. Yes, great information, Cassie. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, I don't. You don't ever get over losing a loved one. You just become comfortably numb. You just become calmer, and the sadness is still there. It's just not to the extent of when it happened on the first day because in time your heart really does settle down. It really does. I know it sounds weird, but grief is forever. We will always grieve in different ways, and there'll always be triggers. Triggers are important. You need to know what your triggers are. Triggers are very important to know and recognize so you can help yourself get. And Emma's journey talks about triggers. She's a great advocate for talking about triggers, and she knows what a lot of her triggers are, and she's learning how to handle them. And it's the same thing with the triggers that I'm talking about. Is okay? So if you're having a trigger and you feel like there's a attack coming on or anxiety attack or something, or you're just feeling really overwhelmed, you have some different scenarios. You can try to talk yourself out of the situation. Most of the time, the best thing is remove yourself from the situation or try to focus on something different other than the actual thing of what's going on, right? Um, but there are ways people just takes practice, right? You got to know your body and your heart and your mind and just try to work at it every day. It has hit her like lightning, and she's very worried and scared. Yeah, of course, I would be too. Yeah, absolutely. Um, I don't know what kind of cancer it is. I hope they catch it in time. But I believe in the truth that you should give people the truth and let them know, because again, they need to be there, to support and hold the person up and give them comfort and, you know, just be there. You can't deal with what you don't know, the unknown. If you don't know, how are you supposed to deal with it? So if you know and it's in the forefront, then yes, you can deal with it, right? So, um, about 3 years ago, I lost a nephew to fentanyl, and no, he wasn't one to take fentanyl. He liked to smoke the occasional pot and stuff. We don't know the whole scenario of what happened. We do know he was out. We do know he was having a couple of drinks, and then he went. We don't know if the scenario happened in a bar or at someone's house. We're thinking someone's house. And he was found in a real weird spot, like on a road, not quite a highway, but he shouldn't have been there where he was. There's no way he would have walked because it was far from where he lived. So we think what happened is somebody spiked his drink. They panicked because he died, and they just took him and threw him out of the car. And two guys found him, tried to revive him, called an ambulance. So yeah, when they did the autopsy, they said there was fentanyl in him. So he was alive, but his brain was dead for like 5 or 6 days. Um, and my sister and his sister, my niece, decided, he would want his organs to be donated. Oh, breast cancer. Oh my gosh, Colette, I'm so sorry. Um, he would want his organs donated. So they have to keep you alive before they can do that. So, yeah, his beautiful blue eyes went to somebody. 4 or 5 of his organs went to different people, all in Ontario only. So yeah, we've got people walking around here with my nephew's organs, and after a year, they're allowed to contact the family, and nobody's contacted my sister yet. She's very sad about that. She wished that whoever got his eyes, or whoever got his kidneys, or whoever got whatever would contact her. It would be very special of my sister if they did. Nobody's reached out yet. So I wish they would. Removing yourself before you let the trigger take over, and taking a short walk and look at things around you on the. Yes, exactly. Helps you. That's right. Focus. Yeah. Thoughts with you and your friend Colette. Absolutely, Colette. Prayers for your friend. Mark the Spider Guy, thank you so much for your kind words. Hello, Spitfire. Good to see you, sir. Mark the Spider Guy just subbed to your channel. Way to go, Colette. There you go, Mark. That's wonderful. Cassie says, I'll be praying that she gets to keep her, because I know the effect of losing them at a young age, and you don't really accept the change until you're way older. Yes. They have so many good prognetics now for that. I know it's not the real deal, but yeah, that's going to be tough. But I would say take them. If it was me, take it. I don't care. Take it. I'd rather be alive and have no boobs than, you know what I mean? No, thank you, Nita Colette from Mark. Skinner says, hey, Spitfire Dragon. Hello, Spitfire. Welcome into anybody I missed. Please give me a thumbs up. Um, Hi, Skinner. Mark says, hi, Skinner. So yeah, the nephew that was a hard one too. My sister was just, they talked every day. She used to go visit him. He lived in a different province. So it was very hard not getting the phone calls, not being able to talk to him. She still struggles. She still struggles really hard. So yeah, that was a shocker. The kid he was smart. He was in his late 30s. He was smart. He had his own business, his own vehicle. Oh my god, he was successful. And yeah, what a yeah. So we've got people walking around right now in Ontario, like I said, with 4 different organs from him. Hmm. I've also lost a cousin from a drunk driver. That was tough. He was a twin. He lived in a different city and called up his mom, and he said, my aunt, and he said, make me my favorite meal. we're on our way. She said, okay, which was spaghetti and meatballs. So she went to the grocery store and she told us this after the fact. She said she was looking at some hamburger meat and she just got this god awful feeling in her gut. She couldn't explain it, didn't know what it was. She came home, started making her spaghetti and rolling her meatballs, and the police showed up at her door. Said her son was killed, and he was with his fiance, and she lived, but she was so messed up, banged up, bruised up. The accident did her in bad. She couldn't even make it to his funeral. So a drunk driver killed him. So yeah, I'm totally against people that drink or toke and drive. No. You know what? Even if you're just having two beer, but you're still feeling it from the day before, you're under the influence. I don't care. And pot can be the same way, right? And yesterday I was at court with another close friend of mine who need my support, and she got the verdict and she is happy. And now this. Oh my god. My gosh. Wow. And tomorrow I have an appointment with the police. So my man and I will be busy tomorrow. Wow. Cassie says sometimes that's how things go at Colette. I sure hope that your you yourself are doing all right with all the activities and things going on. Yes. Um yeah, we always want to be there, eh, when somebody's going through something, you know? And sometimes we don't have to say anything, guys, because we don't know what to say, right? I'm just going to turn the laptop to smoking. Sometimes we don't know what to say. You know, but sometimes saying nothing is good too. You can just get a coffee and say, "Do you want to go for a walk?" And because when the scenario's all over, when in my scenario, when someone passes away and the funeral's over and you go home, you're not all by yourself, right? You're deep in your thoughts, and make the phone call. Like call the person and say, "Hey, how you doing? Can I bring you out for lunch? Can I bring you a coffee? Can I bring you dinner?" Because you're in a freeze mode. Like when you're grieving, it's like you're frozen in time, and you really don't want to cook. you know, you just want to be frozen, sitting on the couch and zoned out, right? So it's important for people to reach out and keep reaching out to people, and don't feel like you're being forceful because they need us. And sometimes we don't realize at the time that we need them because we're angry, right? We're going through stuff. So don't give up on reaching out and letting people know that you're there for them, right? Um, also, my husband at the time, on his side of the family, his cousin lost her son. He was about 7 or 8 months old to SIDS. And I have to say that was one of the worst funerals I'd ever went to. It was an open casket, right? And I didn't have to say anything to her. She has MS, so she's in a wheelchair, right? And she was sitting in her wheelchair at the head of the coffin, this little tiny coffin. I'd never been to a funeral for a baby or a child before. And seeing this little baby laying there just brought triggers back for me. And you know what? We didn't even have to communicate. It was like a telepathic thing when we look each other. She just knew my pain, I knew hers, and she knew I understood her, even though the circumstances were different, right? You know. So I wanted to get something for the funeral, for the wake and everything. So I went to a flower shop and seen this. It just popped right out at me. This truck, this metal truck, beautiful little truck. Well, it was like about yay big, and all these beautiful flowers, or I could pick the flowers that I wanted, and I got her that. And everybody, there was a lot of people at this funeral. Everybody commented on this truck, this truck with the flowers in it. She was able to keep it after, right? That's why I got it. Um, and that was tough seeing this poor baby in the this little tiny coffin. All dressed up, little bonnet on it, and just laying there in the coffin, died from SIDS. And it's just God, the grief. She went through so much grief and pain and anguish, and I understood it. I understood the loss. You know. So that was a very sad funeral to go to a hard one. You get numb. You feel like you're in a daze, right? You're lost. You feel angry and empty. And, I always say you will never be too much for some. The right one will listen. The right person will come and they will listen. And there's also grief in relationships. A relationship breaking up or a divorce, there's grief attached to that as well. That can be very devastating as well. And people sometimes forget it's not just about somebody losing somebody to death. It can be losing somebody out of your life, or somebody not wanting you, or a relationship, right? So there's like I said, grief, relationships, loss of a loved one. It can be sorry, money, sadness, anguish, pain, distress, agony, and emptiness. Because you feel empty, right? You feel empty. And how do you fix the emptiness? You know? How do you fix that? I can tell you how you don't fix it. You don't drink or drug hard, right? To get rid of your pain. Going to hop now. There's so much thing. Oh, you're very welcome, Mark. Yes, indeed, Peter. Yes. Hello, Peter. Take it easy, Mark, and don't be shy. Reach out. Absolutely. Thank you, Cassie. Sorry if I missed anybody. Fortunately, it is just how things happen. However, how we adapt to the problem. Yes. How do we adapt? Absolutely, Colette. Me too. I feel so angry and upset. Yes, absolutely. It's the agony and the emptiness, right? What do you do to avoid to, you know, take that void away? How do you? Oh, pardon me, guys. How do you deal with it? What are you replacing it with? You got to make sure it's something healthy. Can't be alcohol or drugs, on a constant basis because we all know where that's going to go, right? Um, you start making the wrong decisions. You're not thinking clearly. You're saying something and then or giving somebody your word and you're going back on it, and it all plays a role in what do you the substance you're putting in your body, right? So that's never a good thing. It's been proven alcohol is a depressant. If you're going through a hard time and shit, or you're already depressed, alcohol just increases that, right? Me too. I feel so angry and upset. Absolutely, Claudia. Yeah, I hear you. Just don't turn yourself out to. Don't burn yourself out. Yeah, yeah. You can't burn yourself out. You still need to take me time. Keep your brain refreshed. Keep yourself refreshed. Keep take care of you. And if you have to take a step back, you have to take a step back, right? And it's not being selfish because you know we have to take care of ourselves, our mental health, and talk about things. I'm a gabber, so I don't have a problem. I think that was my gift that got me through things because it could have been a different scenario. But that's not in me. I'm not a quitter. I'm not a quitter. I'm a fighter, and I've proven that over and over in different scenarios in my life. I am a fighter. I don't cop out. I don't see the point of it. Um, I'm so in tune with worrying about how people feel. The last thing I'd want to do is end my life and give the people I love anguish, right? And that's not putting anybody down by saying that. That's just about me, right? That's never the answer. There is a rainbow. There is a rainbow there. It just takes a little while and a little practice and some self evaluation on yourself and what you need for you, and work on things one day, sometimes 1 minute at a time. So hello, Misty. Good to see you. As long as you are completely honest with you, then things will. With okay, sorry, but as long as you are completely honest with your, then things will. Meds can get fast tracked. Yes, you're a tough breed, Masha. Yes. Hi, Ivy. Hi, everyone. Hi, Ivy. How are you? Bandit, the boys, hello. Bandit boys, hello. Salute. JJ, I really appreciate your talking about this today. It's a day where I feel down and blah. I'm sorry to hear that, JJ. Um, Guys, and I know it's cliche. I know it's easily said and done. I get it. But listen, when you're having a bad day, here's some scenarios for you. Make a phone call, call up somebody if you know they're home and say, listen, you want to go out for a coffee or a hot chocolate or a nice cold Pepsi? Or would you be willing to take a walk with me if there's a lake or a creek near you? Water has a wonderful way. It's a telepathic thing. I love water. I just love being I'm a Pisces. I'm the fish, right? One going this way and one going that way. And I love the water. Just does something to my psyche. But just finding some water somewhere and going and sit by the water and getting a coffee or a pop or just take a different route than what you normally take. Like just like change up the scenario. If you used to go on the same route every day, take a different route the next day. Go, I'm going to take a different route, different scenario, different things to see, whatever it is. There's these little wee things that you can do to, you know, help yourself out. Like call somebody, go out, take a walk. If you got pets, take your pet out, go for a walk. You know what I'm saying? There's many things to get you out of that blah feeling. We get that. I get that. Where you just have, why do I feel so today? No energy, don't want to do anything, don't. Oh, and then I just gotta, you know, if I feel like it's hanging around too long, I'm like, okay, no, we're not doing this today. Nope. And I just try to reverse my thinking. So I'm late, not feeling great. Just wanted to say hi and hit the like. Everyone have a great day. Oh, thank you so much, Ivy. I hope you feel better, sweetie. Hey, Ivy. Hi, Cassie. Hope you feel better soon. Thank you so much. You're very welcome, sweetheart. Hey, Ivy. Bruce Gas Boxing. Hi, you're in the building. Hello, sir. Great, great, great live yesterday. I love your channel. Dodgers. Hey, Bruce. Paranormal Searchers in the building. Hello, G. How you doing? You and Jamie. So yes, you just we all go through different scenarios, and it's really, guys, it really breaks down to now. It's getting so hot out. I wish I would have worn my little top. I'm sweating, but it was so cold out here earlier. But anyways, life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get, and you know what? We get lemons thrown at us. God damn it, do we get lemons thrown at us? But it's how we gonna handle it. And a lot of you guys know some of my family members, like father, like son. His wife is my daughter, and she has been fighting fertility issues for years. They've been trying to have a baby, and she's got PCOS. If you don't know what it is, look it up. It's too long to explain. Every scenario is different for every woman. And my heart aches for her every day because that's all she wants is to have a baby. She has a son, a stepson, CJ, and he means the world to her. She came in, she was 18 and he was like 5 when those two met together. And I'll tell you, there's so much alike, it's scary. Um, but they have been trying to have a baby and she can't get pregnant. And right now, my son's beautiful lady, they're expecting their first baby together. She has two sons and a daughter, but this will be their first baby together and my son's first child. And it was tough for her last week and the week before. Like, she has to deal with that. She can't have her own, eh? So it really tugs at her heart. She's very, very happy. Don't get me wrong. She's very, very happy for them. But it's sad for her because she can't have her own. So, there's a lot of scenarios. Again, we can't control people, places, or things, just have compassion. And, you know, she doesn't talk about it a whole lot. It's painful for her. I mean, she talks to her spouse and stuff, and she says, things to me and stuff. But, I'm glad she has CJ. I believe people are meant to be together for a reason. We're all meant to learn from each other, and can't express how much a short morning walk every day truly helps. Yes, a walk, absolutely. Paranormal Search says JJ. Dodger says, hey G. Hello Dodgers. Abandoned Boys, lots of hearts. Thank you. Or come on YouTube channels like this and talk about your issue. See, that will help. Yes, I got all these things falling off the tree here. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot of good channels on YouTube. Stay away from the negative ones. Who wants drama? We got enough shit going on. You know what I'm saying? People don't be drawn to the drama channels and stuff. Stay with channels that you're comfortable with. Um, my channel's safe. Um, I won't allow anybody to be antagonized or bullied. I won't allow any kind of BS. I will get right effing nasty. I have a real fucking mean side to me if you mess with me. And if anybody was ever to come into my chat and start shit, I can tell you, I'll make your life a living hell. And I'll say this again, people, you never know where people work and who their family members are. So don't mess with people's lives. Don't bring their children into a situation. Don't antagonize and agonize people. I think it's just really immature. Grow the F up and get on with your life, right? So yeah, I'll never ever allow that in my chat ever to any of my kings and queens in here. I will become angry. I am so against bullying and bullshit because that's what it is: bullying, immature bullshit. Grow up. We've got young kids and teenagers that have more respect than a lot of these arseholes on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And it just makes me angry. And I stay quiet. I don't observe, but I don't give my opinion because if I did, their whole chat would be taken over by me. And I don't want to go there because I won't be nice. And then they'll, let's boot her out. And then they'll start doing shit streams on me because I spoke my mind. I don't say anything. I just want to see everybody be happy and clean your channels up and be kind. And you'll see the people start coming in. You'll see your thumbs up start getting better. Why? Because there's no shit in your stream. Who's talking about who did this, and somebody's comment about how somebody looks, or and yeah, there are other shit disturbers out there. We know who they are. Shit disturbers go to one channel after the other and take sides, and go to the next one, talk about that one. It's just bullshit. I don't have time for that shit. There's too many other serious things going on in this world. We got to worry about these bimbos that have their egos between their legs and they don't know how to freaking be respectful. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, she's my third, or I have an almost 8 month. Oh my gosh, Cassie, your baby's almost 8 months old. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh my God. Oh, that's awesome. Colette says, Cassidy Peters, I just subbed. Way to go. She's my third only girl, and long story with the first two boys I had, but I'm more than willing to share my story on here at some point. So far, it's only been shared at mentorship meetings. Okay. Oh, absolutely. If you ever want to share, you're more than welcome. I don't create content, but I just jump on panels and talk about mental health and my truths. That's wonderful. The truth will set you free. Kashi says, I'm going to put on some cartoons for later, for I hope that will cheer her up. Oh, that's wonderful. I am the same way. Honeybee says, yep. Chester says, yep. Oh yeah, honeybees, I have no tolerance. Oh my God. I just like I said, I could have a real bitter, angry bitch side to me. I'm serious, but I don't want to go there. I don't like showing that. I'm just hoping every day I'll turn on some of these channels and I won't see one person opening their mouth and degrading somebody else. Just keep them out of your mouth, keep them out of your channel, and carry on. That's it. That's who cares, Because I just tune out as soon as I hear them. Oh, here we go again. I just tune out, right? Checha says, "Yep." Colette says, "Cass Peters, we all need support. It's okay, no worries." Absolutely, lady, preach it. Yes, absolutely. Or sorry, Abandoned Boy says, you're so awesome, host. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? This is my truth. That's all it is. It's not a made up story. This is my story. This is my life. Um, mayhem to that, sis. Yes. It really is. This is me, and I have my days where I feel very lonely. I struggle in the weekend. I feel very lonely. Sometimes nighttime's hard for me. I'm good in the day. Um, and during the week, I'm busy doing stuff and doing life, and but the weekends I find it very hard. I find it very lonely. I'm not in a relationship. I was, but I miss that companionship and conversation, and someone to cook for, or go out for dinner with, or take a walk with. Like, I have my friends I talk to on the phone and stuff, but I just miss that. Hey, Maggie, stop! Get away! Get away! It's raining here, so a walk is not possible. All right. So yeah, Megs, it's okay. So we all have our days, and you just gotta know what your triggers are, and what can you do to better your day. Hold on a sec, guys. I'm gonna bring a little doggy in. She wants in the house. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Whoops, sorry. 1 second. Come here, Megs. Come here, babes. Come here, Megs. Come on. Come on, Megs. Okay, doggy dog. Calm down. Eating all my nerves. Oh. There, just give her some water. All right, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, it's just you know, you can't bury your pain in alcohol or whatever your scenario is that you're going through, right? Real life is much better than fiction. Yeah, absolutely, Colette. Trolls people with their own problems that aren't trying to deal with them and finding distractions to take their anger and hate on. Yeah. Real life is much better, exactly. And when they do trigger the person they are trolling, they get the laughter that they can't give to themselves or find around them. That makes sense. Maybe one day I'll find my true love, but until then, I'm gonna keep grinding. Yes, absolutely. I'm in the same boat. I got so mad when I seen Gemma react to one recently. Oh yeah, that makes me angry. See, I don't want to lose my cool in somebody's chat because it's not my chat to do it, right? I'd like to, you know, but I don't. I just don't, because it's not my chat. So not at Gemma's, but it's so messed up that they would troll someone on the spectrum. Yeah, baby daddy calling. All right, Cassie. The reason why people troll is because maybe someone has hurt them so bad and they wish to take their pain out on others. Oh, absolutely. Of course. Absolutely. Yeah, But I just I don't like when they attack somebody, you know, somebody that's lost a child or a kid and they say something towards that. I think that's just downright damn dirty. That's just, I mean, the person's got a reason to be hurt and upset, you know what I mean? Like, why are you doing that? For real? What's the you know, what's the purpose behind that? I just don't get it. And like I said, I don't react to it or comment. I'd like to, but again, it's not my stream. And you know what happens too, guys, when you're a female? Some females can get away with saying their piece and talking about this and that, but other certain females, I mean, you know, they would turn around and put a hate thing on you or something. Oh, look at she came in here and she said something, blah 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 blah. Maybe a shitstorm. But other people can get away with it. Guys can get away with it. They can do a shitstorm and talk about people, and it's accepted. As soon as a woman opens her mouth and says, "Yeah, so and so over there, this channel was, yeah," and they were saying this, and it's accepted, right? And then other times it's not. It's like they start, okay, don't trust that girl. She was over there, blah blah blah. Why? Why is it okay for the guys to say with all their shit show talking about people, and yet as soon as a female does it, it's a whole different ballgame, right? So it's content, right? They just want to keep the conversation going. Well, I can tell you right now, when that shit's going on in the channel, you notice that nobody's talking. I've been in channels the last 2 weeks and the whole chat just stops. 8 thumbs up. Why is that? Why are you only getting 8 thumbs up? I have about 12 to 13 people in here and I average, right now I'm at 43 thumbs up. Why is that? 43. Yesterday was 53. Why? How am I getting that many thumbs up and this much chat going in my chat and doing well, and people with 1.5K and 2.5K lucky if they get 8 thumbs up? That's proof. Seriously, last 2 weeks, these big channels. Why is that? Why isn't anybody putting a thumbs up? But on the side, if you look, there's 40 some people watching, lurking, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 in the chat, and 8 or 7 thumbs up. Why is that? That should tell the host something, okay? Obviously, it's a shit show in here. People don't want to be in here. They're just lurking because of the shit that's being said. If you want your chat to keep going and you want to have thumbs up and you want people to come in and be happy and embraced and feel calm and at ease and safe, this is the way that you do it. You run your channel the way I do and Honeybees and all the other good ones out there, right? I mean, it just blows my mind. I'm at 43 thumbs up right now. And I've seen channels go for 4 or 5 hours and they maybe have 12 if they're lucky. Why isn't that opening the eyes of the host? Why? Why isn't it? If I'm going to be on a stream for 4 hours and I got only 12 thumbs up, there's something fucking wrong. Am I doing a shit show? Am I talking about so and so again, bringing their name up over and over? People aren't going to come around. Why aren't these people getting the message? Right now, if I go in their chat and say something, guess what? They're going to dog me for it. Oh, she shouldn't be sticking her hose in her. Guess what? I'm one of your fucking supporters. So if you want my thumbs up, I want to come in and see a happy stream, not a bullshit stream. That's just facts, people, right? Speak my truth. So yeah, hosts, come on. What are you doing? Run your channel properly. If you want to run it the way you want to run it in a shit show and bringing up people, this, that, and the other thing, and you're only going to get 8 thumbs up, you're going to have 40 people watching. And then, I've seen streams completely stop talking. Nobody's talking. Nobody's saying chat's not moving. Well, that's part of your algorithm for your channel, right? So why aren't people figuring this out, or do they really care? If you got 2.5, you should care because you're being paid by YouTube, right? So you should care that your chat keeps going, keep the conversation going, a good conversation, hopefully a helpful one. And so it just blows my mind. I was on 2 streams last night, 8 thumbs up, 2.5K channel. They only had 8 thumbs up, 30 something watching. Nobody's chatting in the chat. Nobody's chatting. Why is that? One day I'll find my true love. Yes, I got some man. I'm sorry you have to go through that, Maja. It's okay, Dodgers. Cassie says, not at Gemma's, but it's so messed up that they would troll someone on the spectrum. Yeah, I don't have tolerance or patience for that. I really don't. And I think Gemma's very good at handling it too. And she's got good mods in there. And that's what a good channel is about, right? Baby daddy calling, all right. Yeah, I totally believe that. Welcome still to the 11 kings and queens in my castle. I'm glad you enjoy me today. I hope you got something out of something that I said. Nobody's exempt from trauma or death. It's all in how we handle it, but allow yourself to grieve. Take time for you. Take time for you. Don't rush back to work too fast. Just look at the scenarios and there's mayhem, but then the miracles will come. And we don't see them right away because it's dark. Our heart's dark, our heart's heavy. Um, and we have to accept the things that we cannot change, find the courage to change the things we can, which is ourselves and our thinking, and have the wisdom to know the difference. So, know the difference between this and that. Very important to reach out to people, especially our men. Don't do it often enough. And I hope this helps the men out there because you know what? You guys do hurt too. You guys have pain. You guys feel lost and empty and you just don't know what's wrong. You can't quite put your finger on it. And sometimes talking to somebody, their experiences, them talking to you, can be a light bulb moment for you and go, wow, okay, I get that. So you got to pay attention to your patterns. You know what I'm saying? So I always like to say my actions are the result of my attitude. My actions are a result of my attitude. So, you know, um, try to make a choice that you're going to be happy today and find something that's going to bring you comfort, you know, and your attitude will be the result of that positive thing you decide to do, whether it's a walk or phone somebody or go bake something. I mean, I think some people like to keep the dream going because of some reason it content some channel makes money from other people suffering. Yeah and no, Colette. Like I said, I've seen big ass channels and only 8 thumbs up, hardly nobody in their chat, nobody's chatting. So you can't tell me they like it. They're just lurking and want to see what people are saying. They want to see who's saying what about who, right? And there is one channel, he's going to go private. I think it's 2 days out of the week, so only specific people he picks will be able to go into a private live. In this way, he said he can feel comfortable because he's being attacked all the time, and he's a really nice guy. He's being attacked all the time for no reason. So he's going to do, I think it's 2 private streams a week. He just picks who he wants in there. And that's the way he wants to roll it. And the other times it'll be live. Anybody can show up. So I think that attacking and whatever the scenario is going on with these channels, it just needs to come to a halt, right? It gets a little draining after a while. Spitfire says there are people out there that get the joy of attacking and making fun of us people with disabilities. Yeah, I have no tolerance for that shit. None, none, none. I don't care what you look like, where you live, what you live in, what you wear. I don't give a flying f. You know what? You know what shines is your personality. You're a good, kind, respectful human being. Um, and I know we all can have a dirty side to us. Let me tell you, an aggressive side if we have to bring it out. For me, I don't like bringing that side of me out of me. Um, you know, I could if I had to, but like I said, I just try to be respectful and in my channel and everybody's I go to. Um, and you should always be like that when you go to somebody's channel, right? Is be respectful and mindful and stuff. And like I said, if anything negative said on the panel or in the chat, I wouldn't even elaborate on it. Because like I said, it would just be a book. I would just take over the chat, and then they'd probably boot me out. So I just keep my mouth shut, and I just hope every day, like I said, that a lot of these channels will just clean up, and a lot of channels are trying to clean up. These people still keep coming in, and I say just block them. Why you letting them on your panel for that one last time, for the 10th time? You're giving them a chance. They've already proven themselves in this channel, that channel, and that channel. They jump from channel to channel and instigate. You know, talk about one channel. Then after they've talked about that channel, they jump to that channel. There's a couple scenarios out there. They just keep doing it, and it's like just abolish this person right out of your chat. Just block them so they have nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. But yeah. Yes, true. However, it is absolutely disgusting. How would these people like it happen to them? Yeah. JJ says, yes, Spitfire. I detest that type of behavior. Absolutely, JJ. Yes. Yes, yeah. Yes, Spitfire. Okay. Glenn says, I believe what goes around comes around. That's right. Karma's a bitch. Oh, yes. Yeah. Karma's wonderful, isn't it? Um, karma can really fix somebody up pretty quick. You know what I mean? And the thing with karma, you don't actually know when it's. I'm just going to move the laptop because I'm having a smoke. You don't know when it's going to come, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't know when it's going to come. And so you should get your karma. You know what I mean? I'm just going to pick up my umbrella. You should get your karma because you want to be an ass. So, you're not. And again, I don't think it's a proper thing to do, right? So, I don't see the point of it. We can be hard enough on ourselves. We don't need someone else doing it. You know what I mean? Just I just find it childish. I don't know. Don't have patience. No patience. So pay attention to patterns. The way I learned to survive may not be the way you want to continue to live. True acceptance is not found, it is built. It's built. It's built by, you know, um, the decisions that you decide to make, and it's something you build. You practice at it every day, right? Oh, good, you're still live. Hello, welcome back. I already had, oh my gosh, 2 hours and 44 minutes. I told you guys I'd probably go past 2 hours. Already had two YouTubers called me the R word and their lives already. Yeah, yeah, don't listen to it. I know it's hurtful spit. But I always say, guys, you know what? You can call me whatever the hell you want. I don't care because I know who I am as a woman. I know what my traumas and what my downfalls were and are. I know what makes me tick. I know what my triggers are. Um, I know who I am as a woman and what I want and what I will accept and not accept. And that's all that matters. Nobody's in my body or my mind, right? Just filming and working on my upload now. Awesome heat. I'm sorry to hear that, Spitfire the Dragon. Yeah. JJ says, no one is better than anyone else. We all eat, sleep, and poop the same way. Yes, we do. We all bleed. Our blood's all the same color, isn't it? That's right. You're awesome, Spitfire. That's right, you are. It's nice to see you, friend. Yes, absolutely. I'm against bullying. Spitfire, hi there, long time ago. Just resub to your channel. Way to go, Colette. Yeah, so reach out, guys, if you're feeling, down and you quite can't get your finger on it. I can guarantee you there's a trigger there or something. Maybe a show you're watching brought a trigger to you or a memory or something. But it's really, really good to talk about your feelings. And men need to do this more often. Open up and be honest. Like show your truth, man. It'll set you free. Don't keep it inside and think you're doing yourself a favor or anybody else, because you're not. The only thing you're doing is you're tormenting yourself, your soul, and your heart. You are self tormenting yourself. That's what you're doing. It's what you're doing, and you shouldn't be becoming comfortable doing that. Absolutely not, because you're just becoming comfortably numb, right? I was beautifully broken, yet my flaws make me who I am. I I I am an amazing woman who also happened to create an almost dis. What did I write here? Almost distant, distract. Who also happened to create an almost. Oh, sorry. I am an amazing woman who also happened to create an almost disaster. And you don't want a disaster, right? Nothing is permanent. A situation can always change. Each loss was a repeat of my last emotions. So yeah, all these emotions and the triggers and stuff that you go through, you have to allow yourself to go through them. It's okay to feel, man. It's normal. It's human. It's human to feel. It's human to feel sad and that. And there's a healthy way of arguing. There's a healthy way of doing a lot of things. And again, I'm grateful because I was given the gift of gab. I was very quiet and shy when I was younger, but I was given the gift to gab and express, and I think that can be a godsend. It can be a very good thing. You know what I mean? Because I'm a very emotional person too, and I don't like keeping things up inside. And I don't like when if I get emotional, somebody says, oh, don't get emotional, or don't like don't try to stop my emotions. They're there. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. Um, One of the hardest lessons in life is letting go, whether it's anger, love, loss, or betrayal. Change is never easy. We fight to hold on and we fight to let go. Time takes time and does heal. I will not just be another person, I will be strong and compassionate and impossible to forget. So, be your power, people. Take back your power. Take back your power, right? Hi, Thompson. Emmy had to resub to you. Emmy's in here. Did I see Emmy? Colette Whitney, Emmy had to resub to you. Hello to everybody just came in. People that Team YouTube admitted to me. Emmy had to resub to me. Oh, it's a YouTube glitch that unsub people that Team YouTube admitted to. Oh, okay. Hello, Thompson. Good to see you. That makes more sense. Had to reword it. All right. How is everyone? I am good, Thompson. How are you? Welcome in. Masha, I do get lots emotional about lots of things I go through in my life. Yeah, and that's normal, Dodgers. It's okay to be emotional. I find the older I get, the more emotional I get, especially if I'm talking about my feelings and truth, because truth sets you free. It's who I am. Like I deserve the truth. I deserve respect and dignity and you know Heat my shorts, lol. JJ says, Amen, Maja. Thank you. I believe that man up is so toxic. Just look at male suicide. Men have feelings just talk, and you have any mental health issues, then call your doctor. Exactly. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Good to see you, Thompson. Yes, the men need to reach out. They get so comfortably numb in their own patterns and they just stay there and they're okay with what they're familiar with, right? What are you familiar with? You're familiar with doing nothing. You're familiar with saying nothing, right? And that's the big cause, I think, of a lot of suicides in men is they don't talk about their shit, right? Um, and you really need to talk about your shit because whatever your circumstances is, lots of times it's something that was done at you or to you and it wasn't your fault, but for some reason you blame yourself, of course, right? And you have to unblame yourself. You're not the cause of somebody else's actions. You just are not. They are responsible. So you get through that and try to accept that. It takes time. Um, and then you start forgiving yourself because you know what? You're beating up yourself. You're hard on yourself, aren't you? You're just, I mean, we're just pros at doing ourselves in mentally and emotionally when we shouldn't be. We should be embracing and empowering ourselves. And knowledge is powerful, and talking about things are powerful. And you know, if you've got that one or two friends that you can talk to when you're feeling like crap, that's very important. It's very, very important. Yep, man up so bad. I was raised with that. Yes, I agree. Man up is so bad. I was raised with that one. Yes. Yeah, see, and I don't agree with that shit. Never, I never, no, I don't agree with it. I manned up so hard that I broke my back and mine. Now I'm screwed. Um, yeah, this generation, I keep saying, don't raise your boys to be, hey, it's all good, you can be tough, suck it up, buttercup. Bullshit. Any parent that does that to their son, you need a fucking swift whipping. You really, really do. Sorry, not sorry. You men and women that are teaching your sons that kind of language, it shouldn't even be in your vocabulary. You treat you tell them, you know what, it's okay to cry. Embrace them and let them know when they're crying that it is okay to have feelings and emotions. It's called being a human being. Shame on you, parents out there that teach your sons to suck it up, buttercup, and keep your shit inside because you know what? That's why a lot of sons are in a coffin right now. So wise up, people. Wise up. Don't don't do this to your sons or your daughters. It's mostly the men, but don't do it. And catch them. You know what I'm saying? Like get them to start young with your boys and say, how you feel about this? Get them at a young age talking about their feelings. Like let's say your kid comes home and says, "Oh, so and so was picking on me at school." Elaborate. So listen, how did you feel about it? What was the circumstances? What was done about it? How do you think you can solve it? Like, also give them solving solutions when they're young. So when they get older, that's going to be embedded in their head. I always blame myself for making some mistakes in my life. Yeah, well, they're journeys, right? They're journeys. You know, eat my shorts, thank you. But man, up is so toxic. Men are people like us and talk about your issues. That is very helpful. Yes, absolutely. I love seeing a man talk about his problems or his whatever it is he's going through. I think it's important, very important. But it's just it takes practice. It feels weird to the men when they do for the first or second time because they don't want to show their emotions, right? They don't want to feel like they're weak, and I think that's what's connected. The word weak. I think when a man, and I'm talking hypothetically, not by any about anybody in my chat, but I think when a man cries or think he needs to cry or express something, he's being weak. He ain't being tough. You see the scenario? So in his mind, he thinks, "Oh, I'm going to be a wuss or I'm going to be weak if I talk about my feelings." And it's actually they need to reverse it. It's actually empowering, and it's better for you. You're not weak. You're strong. Very true. Yes. So I think that's the scenario with a lot of men. And it's true facts. You know what I mean? So whatever it is you're going through your life, trust me, it does get better. It really does. I'm still here. I'm a prime example. This too shall pass. Yes, the grief is still there. Yes, I still hurt. Yes, I still miss my boys and my mom and everybody that went beyond me. But I have a purpose in this life. Um, I know what some of it is. I don't know what all of it is yet because I'm still young. And but I enjoy listening to people and helping people in any way I can. And if that's just listening, that's powerful too for somebody else on the other end, right? Um, Because our feelings need to be validated, don't they? We need to be feeling like we need to feel validated. Yes, I do have these emotions and these feelings because of this. Dakota, no, down, no, no. So, recognizing what the issue is and giving yourself time to heal, right? Because it doesn't happen in a day or a week. Like someone said earlier, there's no time limit on grief, is there? Telling a boy to man up who have been picked on could also lead to the kids to grab a gun, go to, yeah. Oh, it happens. We know that. School shootings. Yep. Yep. Some of them, you hear their stories. They were bullied and had enough. That's it. Let's get a gun and go boom, boom. You know, it just sends them off the deep end. So we got to get our kids to communicate. You know what I'm saying? It's very important. It should be in the schools too. It should be, either group things with girls and boys or have them separate and have all the guys in a room and have the guys get used to just being with guys and showing their emotions. Hmm. I find it so helpful to talk about my issues as well as my successes. I love how supportive my friends are too. That's wonderful. Yep, that is excellent. Telling a boy to man up who has been picked on could also lead to the kid. Yep, yep, yep. Very true. Yes. Eat my shorts. That's great. Hello, Sue. Chirper. Welcome in. Please give me a thumbs up. Um, yeah. Yeah. And I think the generation back then too, their parents were probably like that as well when it came to the boys. Their sons man up, work hard, do this, do that, blah 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 blah. Do everything but except show your emotions. Right? Do everything else but don't show your emotions. Suck it up, buttercup. Hold this shit in. Support everybody else but screw yourself, basically is what you're teaching them. And it's not good. It's not a good way to raise your children, right? So, and unfortunately tomorrow is never promised, so be kind to others. That's right. That's right. How do you want to be known on this earth? When it's your time to leave, you want people to remember you as a crusty, nasty, mean, vindictive person, or do you want them to remember you as she was a lot of fun or he was a lot of fun and very expressive and very helpful and very kind? And that's how I want to go out on, on this earth, right? And be an example also to my kids. But again, I have my days too, guys. Seriously, it's not all peaches and cream for me. I really struggle on the weekends. I feel very lonely at times. I struggle with loneliness. That can be a real deal. Um, but I try to just do things to keep myself busy and you know, I took 5 days off YouTube, so it was nice. Had my laptop off and my phone Friday and Saturday, so that was nice. Didn't turn it on. Took a break. Yeah, I'm just gonna walk in the house because I have to put a ham in the roaster. So yeah, I took a break and I really really enjoyed that. Didn't miss it. Didn't want to talk to anybody about YouTube. If they contacted me, I said, no conversations with YouTube, no thanks, not interested, don't care about who, what, why, when, don't give a shit, I'm not on there for a reason, right? So, shut her down, right? Shut her down. And that's what I did, I shut her down, you know? Don't need to be, I don't need YouTube every day, trust me, and there's nothing wrong when I do go off YouTube. It's not because, whatever. It's because I choose to not be on YouTube, right? So, but it was nice to get back to it yesterday and see everybody. I was in some lives on Sunday. A little bit of catch up, nothing much, just, lurking and stuff. And so, yeah, it's good to give yourself a break. A break is good. It's not selfish. It's good. So yeah, I'm just gonna wash my hands. Clean up my kitchen. Okay, I keep my rings off. I can't wash my hands with rings on. Okay. All right. So yes. Let me just. And unfortunately, tomorrow's never promised. By the way, is Father Like Son will be doing any live streams. Colette, he did one, I think, yesterday morning and last night. So if you want to go back and watch them. I was a bit of a bully to a kid in elementary school. I saw what it was. Turn to the kid. Can you bring her in? Yeah, go bring her in for me. Yeah, go ahead. It's all good. Yeah. I saw what it was doing to the kid. I had to step or so. I've turned into an awesome adult, way cooler than me. Yes, awesome heat. I'm friends with him now. Wow, that's amazing. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. That's a good story, Heat. Isn't that wonderful? You know, like I said, when we look back on things, we're like, oh my God, why did we do that? Why did we react to this? Blah, 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 blah. So yeah. But bullying is still a real thing, folks. And yes, it is. It is still a real thing. I think there's a lot of adults on YouTube that are bullies too, you know what I mean? They want to have the upper hand and the last word and always be right, Like, what? Bullshit. It's a bullshit, that is, yes. Okay. All right. All my rings off, they're all wet. Washing my hands. Okay. Put some water in here. Turn it on. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move this stuff so I can put this back. Hi, Jacob. Hello, my little hiccup. Hi, Titi. Hello, buddy. What's my boy doing? What's my boy doing? Boy, Mom. You want to Mom? Goats. Gone, haha. JJ says, awesome, Colette. Keep my shorts laughing. Hi, Rick. How you doing, Rick? How welcome in the building, sir. How you doing? Eat my shorts says, hey, Rick. JJ Jen says, hey, Rick. Colette says, keep my shorts. Wolf, the one with the wagon tail. Yep. Keep my shorts. Maja, what the F is that in your window? Oh, Rick, that's the dog. Keep my shorts says, LOL, mayhem. Hey, reptiles, how you doing? Yeah, that's My grandson's dog. That's the one I was saying. Get out of here when I was outside. Yeah, that's her. That is her. That is Dakota. She likes to look in the window. Yeah, she's coming in shortly. Yep, she's coming in shortly. Well, I'm proud of myself. I didn't cry during that conversation. I thought I would a couple of times. Reptiles says, "Ma'am, Dodgers, keep it short. Rick, give me a thumbs up, guys. Please, if you haven't, give me a thumbs up." Hello, hello. Just cleaning up the kitchen right now. Yes, I is. Cleaning up. And, oh my God. Holy mother. Where's my sponge? Cleaning up the kitchen. Whoa, that's sharp. All right, where's my sponge go? Rick's wondering what's in the window there, Dakota. Yeah. Ask Doggy in the window, how much is that doggy? Clean this mess up, guys. What are you guys all doing for dinner tonight? One sec, guys. Almost done. Hello, anyone? And Mayhem. Hello, Moon. Welcome in, everybody. Give me a thumbs up. Hello. It's just good to let things out. It really is, isn't it, Colette? Hello, JJ and Ken. Hematricia sounds great. MK. I'm just uploading a pepper tincture review. I'm gonna go plant a bunch of peppers. Awesome. Reptile says, Rudy, what's up, my friend? Hello, Rudy. Hey, Moon. Getting ready for work. All right, Moon. Hello, Heat. Hey, LMK. Reptiles, nice heat. I like peppers. I'm one of those idiots. I'll eat them. Yeah. JJ says, hey, Moon over Miami. Yeah, a lot of people like peppers. A lot of people like peppers, like on their burgers or, in a salad. A spaghetti sauce or chili, too, is another way that a lot of people eat peppers. There we go. Ugh. Yeah, it was cold. Very cold when I was outside earlier, so I put on warm track pants. Now I'm freaking hot. Yeah. Almost done. Looks like a mess in the kitchen. So, then my potatoes after. Mashed potatoes. There. All done. All done. There's going. Here. My stove. What are you guys all making for dinner tonight? Okay. There, I'm done. This is done. All right. That's done. Hi, Megs. To Megs. Okay. I'll just eat them raw and do my best to act like I don't hurt. Oh my God. See, a lot of people do eat them raw. They like that hot tincture to it. Heat My Shorts does that. He eats all kinds of hot stuff. Oh my God. But you got to build yourself up, right? Your tolerance to, I'll get on my laptop here. Hey, Jake. You have to build it up to your tolerance. So, I have just ordered a cheese and tomato pizza and chicken wings. Oh, chicken wings, yum. They're really good in air fryer. Chicken wings, yum. I can't handle the hot peppers. I don't mind a little bit of heat in my chili, but I don't put a lot of stuff. I let people put their own heat. I just put like salt and pepper, a little bit of spices. And yeah, I just let people put their own because not everybody, you don't want it too hot because it kind of takes away from what you're eating, right? I like mild or medium for the wings. I wouldn't go hotter because again, when you're eating them, you want to taste what you're actually eating, right? Not the hot spices overpowering it. I'm not too sure. I don't have much of an evening appetite in the heat. Oh yeah, something light, nice cold salad, heat, or some boiled eggs cold in the fridge, or a grilled cheese, something light, right? Reptile says, I ate a ghost pepper once. It was really hot. Anything over a habanero is gonna hurt. Yeah, I'd say it's gonna hurt in more places than one. Reptiles. Yeah, ghosts are hot. Yep. Even habaneros, if you eat a few, I've gotten it right up off. Wow. Reptile says, I want to get a Carolina Reaper and try it. They say it's hotter than a ghost pepper. Yeah. I grow varieties of Reapers and some harder ones. Nice. And again, you can put some of that, just a tad, in, just going back to chat, make sure I didn't forget anybody. Um, in a chili, a nice chili or spaghetti sauce, right? Some people even put them inside making their homemade hamburgers. So, the sky's the limit. If you have the tolerance, then yeah, enjoy. But yeah, I think if I ate one of those, oh boy. Mm. I'd be living under a cold tap and in the bathroom. Reptile says, dang. Yeah, it's nice that you can grow your own though, because they're fresh and there's no pesticides, and you know where it came from, and you put the love into it. Welcome to the 11th, still in the building, now 10. I'd try it. I'm an idiot. Awesome. That's awesome. You and he would get along great. Yes, sir. Chocolate, Butia, and a kip apocalypse scorpions. Oh my god, that sounds deadly. Oh, that's probably why they call it scorpions. Sorry, assumed. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, not everybody's for peppers. Like I said, if I get wings, I like mild or medium. I wouldn't go higher because I want to actually taste what I'm eating. And if it's too hot, you're basically just tasting the heat. You're not tasting the actual flavor and the texture of the meat that you're eating. So, yeah, same with my chili. I don't like it piping spicy hot. I let people put their own spices if they want to. So yeah, everybody's tolerance is different, right? Welcome to the 12 in the building. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Sorry if I missed anybody. I was talking about grief and loss a little bit today and different scenarios. And yeah, if you're ever in Kamloops, BC, hotter than Reaper's Stain. I tried. I'm an idiot. You always look good, Marshall. Thank you, Dodgers. I'm actually really tired today. My fatigue is coming like in and out, but yes, I'm fine. I just put a ham in the roaster. And yeah, I just didn't realize this frickin' TV's on. I don't want that sound in there. That's not a good thing. Let's turn it off. Thank you. Yeah. Watch my laptop. Don't be stepping on it. Go, get down. Get down. You don't need to be up my butt, dogs. Go. Molly, you need to move. Go. Molly. Thank you. You're gonna get sat on. Yeah, I'm gonna eat something. So yeah, it was a good talk today. Oh my god, I've been live for 3 hours and 18 minutes. I guess I'm making up for yesterday. Well, I was live yesterday for what, 2.5? I don't know. I only do the hot here and there. When I feel I need maybe a rise, I go to the hottest pepper I can find. Oh my god, Reptile, you're brave. Like your gut must burn. If ever I make it up to BC someday, I'll look you up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'd burn my tongue off. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd burn my tongue off. I'd have to drink like gallons and gallons of water or ice water. Have a head freeze at the same time and a burning hot tongue. They say that they're hard on your organs too. I don't know if that's true or not. Heat or reptiles, can you verify that? Like if you eat too much of that, can it actually hurt certain organs? I gave myself a small blister on the roof of my mouth from the tincture review. Oh my god, heat, really? Wow. No, it can't cause damage that I know of. Okay. I never hear of that, but I only do it 4 or 5 times a year. Okay. Yeah, I'm talking hardcore people that do it like constantly. Because these hot peppers, they break down in a different way in your stomach, right? Hello, Skinner. Yes, it is. Isn't it nice? Yes, we love it, Skinner. Love it. Mm-hmm. Like the color, feel of it. Thank you, Skinner. Mm-hmm. If you have an underlying ulcer, it will definitely let you know. Oh, shit. Mmm. Ouch. Dodger says, hey, Skinner. Reptile says, it helps keep things up if you know what I mean, LOL. I'm almost 45. I want to work properly in my 70s. Laugh my ass off. Reptile, you're funny. Welcome to the 13th, still in the building. And the cap cramps can make you feel like you're dying, but they'll always pass. Oh my god. I remember you keep talking about that one time in one of your lives. That the cramps can be so severe. I couldn't imagine. And it's from something you ate, you know what I mean? You caused it. Right? I know else is good. I've been listening and crocheting. Oh, that's nice, Skinner. Skinner crochets, guys. She's so good at it. And she's got a talent. My weather is so weird today. It go sunny then back to dark. Yep. Um, I'm on Ryan Hall's site for the weather for the states. Man, he's good. Like he's so accurate, and I think there's some stuff happening in the states. More shit shows coming. Jan says, "Oh wow, Dodgers never gave me cramps or nothing like that. Oh, that's good, reptile. That's awesome. That's a good thing, right? Like, who wants to be in pain when they're eating something?" The endorphins rushes that we get are because our body thinks it's dying, so our body sends the natural painkillers. It's quite an experience to feel a calm wash over. Wow, Heat. Wow. You just educated me. That's wonderful to know that. Mm-hmm. Mm. I would probably combust if I ate one of those hot peppers because on a real hot day, I can get real hot. Like my head feels like it's going to pop off. So I can just imagine what that would do to me. The heat in that would just send me probably off the deep end. I have to stick my head in a bucket of ice water. Sounds like a normal day in PA. Yep. Oh, they probably don't. Everybody that doesn't know, AL Skinner in the chat actually made this nice blanket that's behind me. I would love to have a full size one. Oh my god. I just like the feel in Skinner. It washes so nice. Skinner made this, guys. This blanket. She is so talented. I love it. I would like one that's pink's my favorite color, so I would love to have one that's pink and black and white or pink and white or something. Much I do get angry and hurt and pain when I'm going through something last few days. How do you handle it, Dodgers? What do you do for your pain? Yes, you almost feel euphoric. Oh God, I'd have to put my head in a bucket of ice water. All right, Jan, you take care. Have to take the dogs to the groomer. All right, awesome. Take care, JJ. Thank you so much for being here and your support. I'm sure your dogs are going to look fab when they're done at the groomers. Heat Massage says, cheers to JJ, Jan. Have a good one. Reptile says, yes, it loves my nerve pain as well. Wow. Lowers your nerve pain. Okay. So that's a good thing? Is there anybody here not subscribed to Reptiles? Can we drop the link? Is anybody wants to be subscribed? Please let me know. We'll drop Reptiles channel, please. Because, I'm all about dropping links and helping people's channels grow, right? You're welcome, JJ. Thank you so much for being here and support and giving me a thumbs up and tuning in. I hope it helped in some way. Thank you. All right, Skinner. Sounds good. Hi, Skinner. I don't think I said hello to you. Heat my shorts. Hi again, Dodgers. Good to see you. Heat my shorts. Yes, Skinner comes in lots of times, guys, and she won't say much. She just listens to Maja, and she'll be knitting or doing something in the background, but she's here. She's listening, and she's just quiet sometimes. hmm Good to see you. Heat my shorts from Skinner. There we go, guys. There we go. There's the link. There's Reptile Ken's link, guys. If you're not subscribed, go over and subscribe. Help out the channel. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Um, yeah, I just if you guys keep coming in, I get familiar with your names, and then we start dropping your links, and I get new people all the time. I just had 4 new subscribers in 2 days. I'm at 617, I think. Um, mm-hmm. So will help grow your channel. You know, and reptiles. I'll tell you a story with Mark, the spider guy. He was going into like father like son channel all the time, and I was just a supporter back then. I only had 150 subscribers, and I just decided one day to do live, and I was a supporter. And I'm not. I don't have a thing about spiders or anything, but I'll tell you guys, it doesn't hurt to go over and check a channel that you think you're not going to like, because I really like Mark's demeanor and his personality, and I'm learning so much. And he's so gentle with these spiders. I get to see all the different kinds, different sizes, the little pickies on them, their legs, their distinctive little eyeballs, and even though they may seem a little bit creepy, they're also a very fascinating little creature. As is all the other channels, the reptile channels, whether it's an iguana or a lizard. And I watch him change over their house because they grow and they need a bigger space. And he's so gentle; he just takes the little brush and taps the little thing a little on the bum, and they don't hop and fly all over the place and jump. They just go right into the new encartment, right? I use milk with a splash of International Delight coffee cream. I will try cola and see how that goes through. I like cap cramp remedy experimental. Okay. Oh, all right. Yeah, usually milk's usually, Oh, I went up one more. Awesome. I was at 617. Thank you, Dodgers. I can get lost in music and forget about the pain. Yeah, reptile. Yeah, we got something in common. I love music. And I should have mentioned that when I was doing my talk, because music is my go-to. Um, Sometimes it makes me sad because of the circumstances that I'm feeling at the time. But most of the time, it's just very uplifting. I just want to move and dance, right? I find it anyways. All right, Heat. Marco's okay. I've caned across him. Yeah, I like Mark. He's wonderful. Just subscribe to your channel. Link Reptiles. Ready to go. Heat my shorts. There you go. Look at that. Thank you, Colette. And you can drop your links, guys, in blue. Go right ahead. Drop your links if you wish. If anybody's not connected, anybody that wants their link drop, let me know. Yeah, so new people are always welcome to each other's channel. Yeah. Let's get some people going over to Reptiles. I gotta play catch up. I'm gonna get over to your channel. I'm just gonna double check Reptiles and make sure I'm still sub to you. Hold on a sec. I just want to be sure here. I gotta get over there and give you watch hours. Let's see here. Wow, you got 750. Oh, wow. Good to meet you, Reptile. Now I know what you look like. Hello, hello. And you have 756, and I'm going to be 757. There you go. I will go back and watch your stuff and make sure it counts. There you go. I just subscribed as well. I wasn't subscribed to you. And thank you for subscribing to me. I don't know how am I doing a long walk listening to music. I couldn't sleep or eat after days. I was hurt and angry. Oh, Dodgers. I love music so much. Wish I could be listening. Oh, God. I go to bed and listen to music. I put it on when I'm cooking. I put it on when I'm cleaning the house. Oh, love it. My happy place. I'm not worrying. That's good, Dodgers. Walks are good. Colette says you rock. Well, so do you, Claudette. You rock as well, girlfriend. You're very welcome, LMK. You rock too, pal. Thanks. So there you go. I just subscribed to you as well. Reptiles Ken. And I will go watch your stuff because it won't count unless I do. And I will leave you comments. Hello. Yes. Please sub to Dodgers. Yes. Anybody not subscribed to Dodgers? You can drop your link. 757. Nice. Oh my God. Thank you. I can really use the watch hours. Yes, I will give you watch hours. So guys, let's get over to after my live. Can we all go over to LMK Reptiles Ken and give them watch hours? Can we do that? If we all give them like a half hour, 30 minutes, and we all do that, man, that's going to add up for them, right? So yeah, let's do it. That would be great because we all know watch hours are important. There's Hannah. See how? God, I shouldn't be eating this freaking chocolate. Ugh. Just send the love to others. That's right. Like I said, when I went out this morning, I'll tell you, it was chilly out. It was chilly. It wasn't shorts weather. My brother says, I subbed to Dodgers. A while ago, she almost won my last. Oh, you do giveaways. Nice. A while ago, she almost won my last. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think I saw that. It just clicked past her name. Yeah, I think I was in there. I think. That sounds familiar. I just want a giveaway from Brooklyn Chick. Oh, my God. I love it. Yep. It's sitting right here on my coffee table. It's bling bling nail set. Oh my God. Reptile says, yes, I do. That's awesome. That unboxing live stream was so much fun, Maja. Oh my God, it wasn't. Stupid me. Didn't even check the bottom of the box. Right? Hey, Molly girl. Hey, Molly. Molly, look. Molly. Molly, look. Molly, look at the camera. Say hi. Here's my Ewok. Oh, thanks, Heat. Yeah, actually, I got it right here. There's people in the chat maybe that didn't see it yesterday. I was so excited. That's for drying my nails. What's up, Mo? What's up? Go. That's for drying my nails. So the first layer was the gel and all that stuff. So I got all that. I didn't even check the bottom. And here they are in the chat screaming at me, check the bottom, check the bottom. And I got these. They're double thick nail forms. And then this is all stuff you can do your nails with, put on your nails, right? And then I got this, and each individual little round thing has all different bling blings you can put on your nails, right? They're all different. There's hearts, there's crosses, there's silver, there's gold. Look at that. They're all different. Isn't that lovely? Yep, got the base coat and the top coat. So I'm going to have really nice, and all these are false nails if I want to use them. I do grow my own, but there's all false nails here. So yeah, I was just tickled yesterday. I just love winning stuff. I'm so simple. I'm so grateful. I opened this up. I was so excited. But what happened was I opened this up and I'm looking at this stuff and everything, and I put it away, and then they're all yelling at me in the chat, and people are messaging me on Facebook, but I don't go to my Facebook when I'm on my live like this. And they're like, check the bottom, check the bottom, check the bottom. So I checked the bottom. I'm like, oh my God, look what's on the bottom. I'm so excited. So yeah, I can't wait to thank you. Reptile says Spitfire. LMK. The chat was blowing up, telling her to check the box, and she just doing the happy dance and had no clue. No, I didn't. Please sub to these channels. Thank you. We love you. Oh, thank you. I'm just me, buddy. Seriously. Even if you met me in real life, this is what you'd see. You know, I'm just very simple. I'm matter of fact. I love things simple. I like things that are cheap. I'm not an over the top, high maintenance woman at all, by all means, ever. Like I said, I like things simple. I like things like a coffee and a walk, things that don't cost an arm and a leg for you to have a good time, enjoy the fresh air, and embrace yourself, and just get outside if it's something, you want to do something outside, right? Hello, Clarissa. It is so nice to see you. Maja, I like seeing you happy. Thank you. Hi, Clarissa. I love that name. It reminds me of my grandmother's name, Clara. Every time I see Clarissa, I think of my grandmother. Every single time. Maybe that's a message, right? Maybe that's a message. I don't know, but all right, I'm going to walk outside for a smoke. And yeah, no, that was so fun. Yesterday, it really, like, I was just so happy. I don't win stuff or get stuff. So when she said she was doing some kind of giveaway, 2 giveaways, right? And then, oh my God, my name come up. I couldn't believe it. Like I've won times, like I said, off JMax channel. He gives what do you call it? Starbucks coffee cards, and I don't drink it. So whenever I win there, which I've won twice, I just donate it and say, hey, give it to so-and-so in the chat, right? Because I don't drink it. I find it very strong. I know Americans love it. We're just, I like it more. Get out of the way. Get out of the way, dog. So I really like I just donate it. I just give it to, get out. I give it to somebody that'll enjoy it, right? So yeah. The chat was blowing up. We love you, Maja. Hey guys, Clarissa saying hello. Maja, I like seeing you happy. Thank you. Maja, other day I won from JMax channel. I got my coffee the other day. I was drinking it. Awesome. Yeah, I don't do Starbucks, so like I just find they're way overpriced. Really overpriced. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, that's nice. Dodger's awesome. It's nice to win something. Oh, my name come up. I was freaking shocked. It's like, wow. I like makeup too, and I didn't see you in JMax, Maja. JMax yesterday, I think it was. He was live, and I was in there. I tried to go in, it kept messing up. And same with Yankee Kyle. He was live yesterday, and there's a whole bunch of us in there, and we're all telling him it just kept going around and around and around. I don't know what's going on with his internet, but I can never get in his room and see him, so I don't stay in, right? So, but he was live yesterday, and there was a whole bunch of people in there, but we couldn't see him. I couldn't see him and hear him, and somebody wrote in the chat, it's just doing zoomies going around and around, so I just left, right? So I don't know what the issue is with him. He's been having problems like that for a while, so it's really hard to get in and support his live. You can't hear him or see him or anything, right? So yeah, I meant to ask him about that today when he came in. Yeah, so I'm assuming he's not in here now. And JMax acts up a lot too. I don't know what it is, why these certain channels are messing up for me. I can't get into them. Hi Clarissa from Eat My Shorts. Sorry, just working on my thumbnail in the other tab. I don't know how to do thumbnails. I wish I did because I'd like to do like a picture of something next time I do a live. I'm just trying to flare up my channel a bit. Especially if if I do a giveaway or somebody gives me a donation, I want to be able to do a thank you thing on the screen. And how do you do that? And it's like, oh my God, I got to learn this stuff, right? Um, my laptop kept crashing on me yesterday. Oh my God, Skinner, I was beside myself. I couldn't sign into my Facebook because somehow I went and kicked hit some key that locked my number to use my numbers. I just kept getting everything but the numbers. So I kept looking up all these scenarios on the laptop, and I actually figured it out myself. 3 other people tried it and couldn't do it, and I figured it out myself. So things back to normal. But it stressed me out because I couldn't sign into Facebook. Wouldn't let me because the numbers wouldn't work or other shit. Christ, what did I go on yet? Oh, my laptop kept crashing. Yeah. Dodgers, I couldn't get in JMax yesterday. I tried getting it yesterday. Yeah, neither at all. Yep. My laptop only crashes when I use my flight simulator. Yeah, I could see that happening. Yep. Yeah, and it's good to turn everything right off too, people, not just shutting it down. It's very important. So yeah, it's gotten a little cooler out here today. I'm actually now sweating. I was freezing earlier, literally freezing wearing my big coat, which you can see right there on the freaking chair. I don't need that thing today. I'm dying right now. So I put a shirt on, and then this shirt, that's how cold it was this morning. And my feet were cold, so I threw on my socks and my homemade slippers. See, I love homemade slippers. Makes these too. I love these things. I have 4 pairs. They just feel nice on the feet and they're easy to wash. And um, I was kidding, haha, because I crashed my planes. Yes, Heat, we got you. My laptop actually does crash. Yeah. How do you know when it's crashed? I don't know. And how do you know if your laptop gets hacked? Anybody know anything about that? Mine's not. I'm just asking the question, right? Because somebody got hacked. Their Instagram and their Facebook. How does that happen? And how do you know it happened? What's the signal? How do you know? Here is a fun question. If you could be any animal, what would it be and why? Hmm. Probably a monkey because they're so cute and adorable and very much like human. Yeah, and you can put clothes on them, so to walk around naked. Probably a monkey. I can't think of anything else. Um, I wouldn't want to be a sloth, but I do like sloths. They're so cute. Anybody else want to answer that? What about you, Colette? I don't really know how to tell if you've been hacked, aside from your computer doing things without you telling it to, opening programs, running extra slow. Okay, all right. Dodgers, you still here? What did yours do? How did yours act up? How did you know? She could probably answer that actually, because she had her Instagram and her Facebook hacked. What happened to yours, Dodgers? Like, what gave you the signal something was wrong? I know if somebody says, "Hey, don't respond if it's somebody requesting a new request for Facebook or something." I think that's one of them, isn't it? As far as crashing, I just mean the freezes up, overheats, or restarts. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Oh my gosh. I still got 10 people in here and I've been live for 3 hours and 46 minutes. Holy jumping. I started a bit earlier today at 12:10 because I figured I'd give people a chance to come in earlier. I normally go live about 1, but yeah. Lots of Facebook accounts getting cloned these days. I see it all the time. Wow. Well, if anybody gets a friend request from me, it's not me because I don't do that. I don't have any issues with mine, but I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Unless you contact me through my phone and say, "Hey, did you just send me that new account?" I'll tell you. Or if I had a new account, I would just let you know. Maja, some reason I knew that when I try sign in my Facebook and Instagram, it said wrong password. I got email saying your password got changed. Oh, wow. So you got to make sure you pick a strong password and you don't use the same one for your Instagram. That way, they got access to two things right off the hop. You always got to use numbers and letters and real different things. So, yeah. But how do they figure out your numbers? That's the thing I don't understand. Make sure you choose a strong password. Me, I would be a cat. Okay, Colette. Cats are cute. I'll definitely text you if I ever get another friend request from you, Maja. Yeah, you should get one. I'm just saying, if anybody got one, right? Yeah. But if I ever changed my Facebook, I would just let you know before you let me know, right? But no, I've never had issues on my Facebook ever. No, you got to use good passwords, and they must have been something really easy, Dodgers, for them to get into both, and never use the same password for your Instagram and your Facebook. Because if you are, I'd be changing that right now. Because if they can get into the one, they're automatically going to get into everything else. I don't have Instagram. I couldn't be bothered to have Instagram and TikTok and shit. Why do I need all those freaking stupid apps? Right? Facebook's enough for me. I can FaceTime people. I can talk to them. I don't need Instagram. I don't need TikTok. I don't need. Why do you need so many scenarios? I don't understand it. Unless you're it's a business like you're putting your channel, your stuff on there. That's different. But if it's just for the sake of talking to people, that's what Facebook's for, right? So um, I'm on a phone call. I'll be back. All right, reptiles. Dodger says when I did create new Facebook account, I did strong password. Yes, that's good. That's very good. Cat would be cool for a lot of reasons. Yes, they're so agile. Yep, that's right. Cats are very smart and very intuitive too. And certain breeds are more intuitive than others. Persians and Siamese and Torties are very high intuitive. Yep. So, guys, my gosh, I still got 11 people in the building. Yes. What a great turnout today. I didn't keep track of how many I had at one point because I was busy talking, but thanks everybody for coming out and sharing your time with me and stuff. I hope what I said helped you guys. I didn't go in as deep as I wanted to. I was just feeling a little off today, and no Dakota. But yeah, no, I think I got my point across, and just to let you know that things can pass, things can get better. You can heal. Your heart can get a little softer, and you don't have to stay in that deep freeze or that stuck stage where the grief is so stricken that you can't function, right? So we got to remember we still have to get up every day and count your blessings because those are what are going to keep you focused. You know, that lovely smell of the coffee aroma in the morning when you start your coffee. Be grateful for that. Reason why I say that is just many people are homeless and who would just love, you know, to have a bed to sleep in or a nice smell of coffee. Dakota, get out of there! Get out! Thank you. Ooh, the smell of coffee and those little tiny things are be grateful, right. No, Dodgers, I'm not looking at messages. I'm on YouTube. My phone keeps dinging and I'm not looking at it. I don't ding me and ding me. I'm trying to concentrate on YouTube. I'll check it after, okay? Yeah, unless it's like drastically important, don't message me because it dings while I'm on my live. So it's not even with me. The phone's not with me. I don't like dealing with the phone all the time or even being on the phone. But yeah, no, right now I'm in my live, so I'm trying to concentrate on one thing. So, but I'll check Dodgers when this is over, okay? I've enjoyed my time spent in the live stream today. Thank you, Heat. Thank you. My cats know when someone is sick or upset, they come to you and try and cheer you up. You know what? Absolute fire. I have a friend that's worked in a seniors home for over 30 years, and they have a cat that would go from floor to floor to floor to floor on the elevator, up one floor, down. I kid you not. This thing knew when people were going to pass. She would just sit on their bed, and usually within hours of that day, clockwork. Seriously, the person would pass away. Now that cat's passed on. It's old now. Now they got another cat. Same scenario, and all the staff takes turns buying the food for it, vetting it, everything, and it goes on the elevator and picks the floor at once and sits on the bed if somebody's not well. Cats are very, very, very smart, man. Maj, I've been getting my studying done when you were talking about your past earlier. That's awesome. That's really, really good, Dodgers. You got to study because, some of us don't have the kind of type of brain that, when you leave the classroom, you're going to remember everything, like a computer. And sometimes it's not like that, right? So it's good to take notes when you're class and just go over what you're being taught and learn and ask questions. No question is ever stupid to ask. That's what's called a question, right? So never be afraid to ask questions if you're not sure about something, right? So yeah, you're doing good, Dodgers. I'm very proud of you. Here is a tip: reset everything on your tech and clean up your tech stuff. Okay, so what do you mean by reset everything, Colette? I'm not very tech savvy, but I know mine always needs to do upgrades, so it'll let me know and I do that, but I don't trust everything that comes up on my computer, right? So reset everything. So how do you reset everything? I mean, I can always look it up too, but I mean, yeah. And you need to shut things completely off. Don't just close your laptop, shut everything completely off. You know what I'm saying? Nothing can get through it. And got some beautiful flowers growing over the fence next door. I don't know what they are. They're not lilacs. They look like something else. They're pretty, whatever they are. So yeah, I was able to get into Myers last night and a few channels last night. Yeah, I was really, really tired last night. Holy moly! I swear, I felt like I hadn't slept in a week. I was just exhausted last night. I put on Lee Evans, the comedian, and I think I only got through two vids, and that was it. I was gone, and his vids aren't long. I gone. So yeah, but I always wake up through the night. I finally fixed my computer. Remember, my computer was giving me problems, Maja. Yeah, how'd you fix it? Call Dodgers. You got to remember to shut everything down when you go to bed at night, like off. Shut it off. Don't just close it, right? And never leave your laptop laying on a bed or a blanket or a towel because there's a little fan underneath the bottom of your laptop that has to keep your computer cool. And if it overheats, you can literally have a fire on your bed from the heat from your laptop. So keep it on a stand. I have a stand for mine, and it's got the holes and everything in it for the air and whatnot. But Yeah, always keep it elevated up or something, but never leave it laying on a bed, especially plugged in. Jesus, people are just stupid. They don't think of that, right? You literally can have a fire because they can get pretty hot. Phones too. Phones are like that. Yeah. I have to restart my whole computer. Now it works. Awesome. Okay. That's wonderful. Yeah. Yep. Wow. Still got 13 people in the building. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody that's lurking, hello, welcome in. I did a stream today on loss and grief, and I was kind of all over the map when I was talking. I was trying to think of the dates of everything and scenarios, how they happened. I didn't go as extensive, I think, as I wanted to. And that's fine. I got my point across. Um, Things do pass. We do have mayhem, do have lemons thrown at us, that the miracles do come. You just have to have faith, right? Yeah, make sure give thumbs up for the host. Oh, thank you, Dodgers. Yes, and of course I'm at 50 again. I got to 53 yesterday. That's wonderful. And I think when I looked last night, I was at 55 or something. So it's just wonderful. And I said this earlier. Like I've been to some big channels last night, and they maybe have 8 or 9 thumbs up. That's it. And there's lots of people watching, but not many in the chat, and nobody's chatting. So, there's a message there, right? Like, why is the chat not engaged? Yes, I understand. I go into chats too, and I'll say hi, hi, hi to everybody in the panel and the host in the chat. And sometimes it's because I'm just very tired and I'm going to bed and I'm winding down for the night. So I don't chit chat in the chat. I just don't go on and on and on, right? I'm not as busy, but to have that many people in a chat and nobody's saying anything is just like, why aren't you saying anything? And it's because usually what the conversation is on the panel, right? It starts off nice and fun and everything, and all of a sudden somebody opens their mouth and says, "Oh, remember? Oh yeah, so and so last night," and I was like, "Oh Christ, here we go again." Why can't they just abolish these people's names, keep them out of the channel, and just block them and don't have them there? That's it. That's all you do. That's it. Stop keeping it going. You're keeping it going. You're keeping it going. You know what I'm saying? So welcome back. We're reptiles. Was on a phone call with a buddy catching up. Wonderful. That is fun to do. I got to do a better job of reading my chat on lives. Yes. It's just if you're somebody that's building something or you're actually it's a little harder. That's a little harder to keep up with your chat, because if you're building something or bringing your reptile from one box to another and changing its thing up, whatever it is, yeah, it's hard to stare at the chat. That's a different scenario. But I think it's very important that you eventually, when you can, try to acknowledge everybody in your chat, because they're there to support you. I was in a chat last night. I was in their chat the day before. I'm always in their chat. They're their channel. And there'll be 6 people on the panel. They all know me. 2 or 3 will say hi to me, sometimes not even the host. I'm like, what is the problem? Like, you gotta watch you can't rely on your people on your panel. Yes, they can say hi. I think it's wonderful that they greet the chat, but I think the hosts themselves, if you're just doing a talk thing like I'm doing, I think it's very important that you acknowledge each and every person in your chat. If there's someone in your chat you don't like, I can understand that. You're not gonna acknowledge them, then block them. But I think everybody else should be acknowledged. I think it's important because um, I've been to chats and they didn't acknowledge me, and I left after 10 minutes. F you. You can't acknowledge me. I'm in here subbing to you and supporting you every night. You can't even say hi to me. So see ya. And people are getting tired of that, so they're moving on. So pay attention, host, to who's in your chat, what's being said, the language that's being used, and how it's being written. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is very hard though. It's hard, like I said, reptile, when you're changing your reptile's cage, or like Mark the spider guy, he's changing one little spider into a bigger compartment. He'll be talking to the chat and stuff, but he can't see the chat going. He's got to concentrate on the little critter he's dealing with. So I totally understand that. That's not being rude. You know what I'm saying? So I was lurking and I didn't chat in some of the live. I was so tired last night. Yeah, that's how I was. I don't chat in a lot of them. I'm just because I'm winding down, right? I just go over and say hi, thumbs up, let them know I'm there for support. You know what I mean? So because a lot of the bigger channels too are always on late, and they're on long, long, long hours. You know what I mean? So I do that too, Dodgers. I put it on my TV and chill. Yes. Uh, shout out everyone that comes in. Yes. Yes, and you just try your best. And people understand too. Like if you're dealing with your reptiles and you got one in your hand, or you're changing its thing up to a bigger one, we understand that. You're not going to stare at the chat. You got to concentrate on this lizard in your hand, or the snake, or whatever it is you're dealing with. You got to concentrate on what you're doing. So that's understandable. I would never go, oh, how come the guy didn't say hi to me? Well, maybe because he's busy with the lizard in his hand. So I don't take that personal. You got to use your knowledge and your common sense, right? When who your host is and what they're doing, and how they're doing things and stuff, right? So, but for me, I just do a chat thing, and I really like to engage with the chat and thank everybody and see who's coming in. And of course, we all watch the language, because we get sometimes people come in and go, "Hi, how are you?" And the next three sentences out of their mouth is something ignorant. Then we're booting their asses out, right? So they come in sweet and then they leave sour, right? We just boot them out. That's all we do. Don't give them any attention. See ya, wouldn't want to be ya. Um, K-Pals, I gotta get my videos posted. I should head outside and deal with the rest of the pepper plants. All right. Thank you so much, Heat. Enjoy your pepper plants and your day. Thank you so much for coming in. Hope you all have an awesome day. Reptile says, later, Heat. Nice chatting with you today. Yes. Hope your day is good today, too, Heat. Yes. Like I said, our day was cold this morning. I was cold. I was freezing. I literally had to go in and get my thick track pants on. But right now it's actually nice out. I don't need these two shirts on I got on, so it has warmed up, which is nice. So yeah, it's warmed up. Yep, yep. So it's a nice day. It's not like severely bright out here, like but it's a refreshing day. It's definitely not cold like it was earlier. That's for sure. You know. YouTube yuck sucks at sending notifications. Yeah. A lot of people are saying they got to sub and then or unsub and then resub again, right? So yeah, I've been getting lots, but there's a few I still haven't got. So I just go and look. Pardon me, at my notifications, and see who was live and who I missed it. Right? I mean, at night there were so many lives last night. There's so many people go live late at night, right? Time zones too, right? I'm in Ontario, so I'm Eastern time. And Dodgers is in California, so when it's 6 o'clock in the evening for me, you know, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for her. So the time change makes a difference too, right? Got all these things coming off the tree and blowing in my hair. So the time zone is plays a big role too. So which is why I don't get a lot of the nighttime people in my daytime one. But I will eventually start doing lives again at night. I did them last year. I used to light a bonfire and just sit outside and chat. I did one 2 Sundays ago. I did a bonfire and I was in. I did a live, and then Dave had to burn some stuff, Savage Dave, so he did a bonfire as well. So we were going back and forth, watching each other's fire. It was really nice. Yeah, he was just burning paper and stuff he had to get rid of. So his was nice. His was gone. We put it on his, then put it on mine, and it was nice. It was a nice. It was a nice. It was a good live. Right on Heat. I'm around. LOL. Reptile says Tuesday at 9:30 Eastern. The Let Me Know show comes on. What's the Let Me Know show? Oh, Tuesday at 9:30 Eastern. So that would be tonight, right? The Let Me Know show come one. Shameless plug. LOL. Okay. Dodgers, I never get notifications from you, Maja. What is up? It's because I go live right away. I don't post it ahead of time and let people know. I should start doing that again, posting it, and then and you'll have the notification on. I just go right live right away, so that's what it is. People just happen to find me, whatever. Oh, that's your live. Okay, reptiles. Is that tonight? So you're the same time as me, Eastern. Oh, okay, yes. So you're the same time as me, Eastern, 9:30. Okay, I'll check that out. Absolutely. Um, yeah, the time zones really make a difference, right? On just turning the laptop, I'm going to smoke, guys. The time zones really make a difference for people showing up, but I find a lot of people are live at night. So if I want it live at night, then they'll at least come in and say hi, give me a thumbs up, and you know what I mean. So there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lives last night. Some of them go long, like 4 or 5 hours, sometimes longer, right? So yeah. And we got a little birdie there. I don't know if you can see it on the wire, but they've had babies in that tree. So I've got some bird seed and some ice cream cone cups. So I'm gonna put some bird seed in them and a little bit of peanut butter. And I don't know how I'm gonna mount them for them to get at them, but I got a fence here and give them some bird seed because I'm sure the babies will come out soon when they're ready. But we see the birds dive bombing on the squirrels all the time, keeping them away. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Uh, uh, Dog said hi to everybody. Yes, okay. I only run it an hour so that the guests would want to do it again someday. Okay, yeah, if it's going good though, just keep it going. If you see your streams going good and you got, 10 or 11 or 12 people in there, just keep it going. Yeah, absolutely. Hey doggy, yeah, that's Dakota. Yeah, just keep it going. If it's like I've been on live 4 hours and 8 minutes, I still got 10 people in here. I'm probably going to end it soon though. But yeah, if it keeps going and people keep coming in and staying with you, keep it on because it's watch hours for you, right? It's good for your channel. If you can do at least 2 hours, it's great. I do roughly 2 hours Monday to Friday. I don't do every Friday; it depends, but Monday to Friday usually I'm doing 2 hours. I didn't do last Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. So that was 5 days. So yesterday I did what, 3 hours. Today I did 4 hours. Whatever. It depends how the chat's going, how the conversation's going, what we're talking about. I average at least 20. Okay. All right. Oh, you mean in a week? You mean 20 hours in a week? My highest is, oh, average for people. Okay, 20. That is awesome. I've gotten 20, 22. It's not always steady because people come and go, right? Right now I'm at 10. Yeah, but I always have a lot of high thumbs up and the chat keeps going, and that's what's important. Like I said, there's some bigger channels out there. They're lucky if they get 8 thumbs up. Their chat doesn't even move. So that's telling you something, right? So you want to keep them engaged and stuff. And so yeah, I'll definitely check out your live. Hopefully we'll see all my peeps over there tonight at 9:30. My high is just 48. Oh my god, I'd die if I had 48 people. I'd love to have 48 people of mine. Just got back in from a bathroom break. All right, we need those, Colette. Welcome back, Colette. Yes, hello. So I've been live for 4 hours and 9 minutes. Oh me God, jeepers creepers! How time flies, eh? So I'm probably going to end this now, guys, in about a minute. I'll go at 4:10. I got a minute to go. Oh, it's 4:10 now. So I want to thank each and everyone killing it today. Yes, thank you. I'm killing it because you guys show up. I'm killing it because you guys give me a thumbs up and you support me and you engage in the chat. And I really enjoy that. I think it's important. I hope um, that you got a little bit of something out of something I said today. It was just my life and my journey, and there's still more to come with Maja. My life's not over yet, and there'll be more mayhems coming my way because nobody's exempt from it. We get lemons, but hopefully I can keep turning them into sweet oranges and dealing with them as they come because this too shall pass and things do get better. And we just have to give ourselves time and not be so hard on ourselves because we are the worst at, beating ourselves up, aren't we? So with that being said, take care, everyone. Thank you, Skinner, so much for being here. And oh, Canadian Ginger, hello. I'm just ending my stream. Hello. Please give me a thumbs up. How are you? So nice to see you. Skinner says, take care, everyone. Reptile says, nice perspective, Masha. Thank you so much, Reptile. I will definitely be in your channel tonight. Hopefully, I'll see everybody in here over at your channel tonight, and we show you some love and support as well. And Reptile says, later chat. So, with that, guys, I'm going to say peace out. Take care. Thank you so much for coming in and support me as usual. And remember, always be humble and kind. Till the next time, guys. Bye bye. Take care.